Hey, good morning. How you guys doing today? Great.
You see Big Monty?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, connection. He said, Mr. Cooper, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge. How are you feeling?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I've got to come down there. Is the traffic really bad?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, you are here on Thomas.
Yes, and he's on, but he hasn't shown the video. Mr. Thomas, can you turn on the video? Ah, there we go. Okay.
Ready on Thomas.
Calling case number 2305696801. People of the state of Michigan versus Orlando Thomas. Defending the charge in count 1, assault with dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual third offense notice.
Parents, for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge Renee Cooper, on behalf of Mr. Orlando Thomas, 30566. State your name.
Thomas, what's your name?
Orlando Thomas.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Cooper?
Oh, we're going to need an exam date on this, Judge. And then I'd like to discuss tether hours with you also.
And how is June 7th or does June 9th work better for you?
Let's see. Well, I mean, we will make June 7th work, Judge.
Okay, June 7th at 12:15.
Oh, that's even better. Appreciate it. Now, Mr. Thomas has house arrest and hasn't been able to go to his job in some time now. He starts work at 10 and he gets off at, I think it's 2 a.m. in the morning. Say that again, sir?
I work at 10 at night, get up at 5 in the morning.
All right.
I work in
Okay,
the and I work in the
okay.
evening.
Mr. Thomas, okay, we have the times, Judge. Can you give him 2 hours before and 2 hours after?
I find that very hard to believe that he works from 2 to 5 a.m.
No, he works
10
well.
to 5 a.m.
Well, actually, that is, no, Mr. Thomas, you start work at 10, right?
Right. At
And
night.
yeah, and then
Get
you
up
Oh,
go
at
in.
night. Oh, I thought you meant AM. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, all right. That makes a lot more sense. Thank you. Where do you work, Mr. Thomas?
I work at Ford Field in Comerica Park.
What do you do at Ford Field at 10 at night?
I gotta be there at 10 o'clock at night and get up at 5. In the evening, I have to be there.
Yeah. What do you do there?
I clean up in there, clean up.
How long have you been working there?
7 years.
So I have no issue with him, with those hours being adjusted, so long as that employment and the hours are verified.
Okay, Mr. Thomas somebody would have to be able to go get the verification. And I don't think they're going to just hand anything to me. I don't even know how to get in off hours. Can Mr. Thomas have the day today to go get verification?
Yes.
Okay, did you hear that, Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Can you go and get verification of your hours?
In order to that effect, Mr. Cooper, that so long as the employment and the hours are verified.
I appreciate that, Judge. Mr. Thomas, can you get me, I can come by your home, yada, yada, but can you get me verification of your hours?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, you're gonna be leaving soon today to go do that?
Yes.
And then when you have it, you're gonna call me.
Correct.
Okay, I think we have that worked out. I can get an order to you, Judge.
Okay. All right.
When I
Thank you.
go, hold on. So when I go get this thing ain't gonna beep off, is it?
Say that again, please. Oh,
Sorry about
actually,
the going on.
We need to get that one to the top first.
Okay, so Mr. Cooper, why don't you send over the order first? And Mr. Thomas can get that verification during his working hours that will be covered by the order.
okay, I understand. Let me start drafting one now. Oh, I get the emails in the courtroom mixed up, Judge.
This would be the 234.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, could I have the whole email?
CTRM 234 at 36districtcourt.org.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Let me get started on that right away, Mr. Thomas. You go get some verification.
So, Mr. Thomas, you're gonna go get that verification during your normal working hours that I'm allowing you to go and work, okay?
Okay.
So go get that at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And then you tell me tomorrow that you have it. I have to verify it. I'll come by and verify it, okay?
Right.
Okay. Much appreciated, Judge.
All right, no problem. Ms. Grady, good morning.
When the next court date?
All right.
Oh, you wasn't listening. June 7th at 12:15. That's in person in 36th District Court.
We'll
Okay.
talk. We'll talk later, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. How you doing, Ms. Strange?
Good, how are you?
Strange.
Yes,
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on Lamont Chapman. He's in the Wayne County Jail. I just got this case. I haven't met with him yet, Judge. I don't know if we can go in a breakout room or if you want to just set it for an exam and I'll check the roster later.
Yeah, do you have Chapman for me?
Your Honor, I got him on the way down. He's coming from the 11th floor. He should be in here in a couple of seconds.
Okay. When he gets here, Ms. Grady, I'm gonna put you in the breakout room with him.
Perfect,
And
Judge.
Ms. Drain, you did hear that the time is set for June 7th at 12:15?
yes, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Richards, who do you have?
I have Alexander Robertson and Michael Mathis. Mr. Mathis is in jail. Mr. Robertson, I see him on Zoom, but I didn't have a phone number for him. So if I could get a breakout room with him, that would be great.
Now, I do have Mr. Mathis here now, Your Honor.
Okay, let's have Mr. Mathis.
I'd
Yes,
like a
sir.
breakout room with Mr. Mathis as well.
So as it relates to Mr. Robertson, you may have to give him your number because oh, he got his audio going on. Mr. Robertson,
I'm not missing.
okay, I'll come back to him in a minute.
You
We're ready on that.
Right here. You could. Oh, I don't have to go in the breakout room. I didn't ask you one.
Calling case number
Hold on, I
23
don't represent myself.
05626801. People of the state of Michigan versus Michael Mathis. Defendant is charged in count 1, stalking aggravated.
We can't hear, turn it up.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Nancy Richards, P68850, appearing on behalf of Mr. Mathis, who is present via Zoom at the Wayne County Jail. Judge, could I have a breakout room with Mr. Mathis?
And we'll put you in the breakout room with him now. Do you want Mr. Robertson too?
I will, but not at the same
Sure.
time.
Go ahead and join.
I got it. Okay.
So you have it working now, Mr. Robertson, huh? Can you hear me, Mr. Robertson?
I can't really talk. That's why I called in. I'm calling back in.
Maybe somebody else, not you. I know you gonna slap me back. You all right? How you doing? For her? You got a baby with you, so you can hear. Oh, you hear. Okay. So that's what I use for my flowers. But you were in the house, right? You were in the house. The difference with that is you see, that's the emotion. You can hear it off of the video on your phone, but you can just hear her. Like, right, it's next to the bed, you can hear her. You know, just I hear. Well, I'm praying on that.
Good morning, Ms. Hamilton.
Good morning.
How can I help you this morning?
I'm here for Christina Jones.
Okay, we are ready on Jones.
Calling case number 2305-706901. People of the state of Michigan versus Christina Jones. Defendant charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Vanessa Hamilton, PA 2107, on behalf of Miss Christina Jones. I don't know if is she logged on to the Zoom.
No.
Oh, Your Honor, I haven't had a chance to reach out to her. I would request to waive her presence. However, we can recall the case if you give me just a moment. I'll give her a call.
What's your pleasure? You want to waive your presence?
Yes, if we could waive her presence and set a preliminary exam date, that'd be great.
For waiving the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty to set this matter for preliminary examination on June 9th at 9:30.
That should be good. Give me one moment. You said at 9:30?
Yes.
That works, yeah.
Okay. Ron, we continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Tefelsky.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I didn't recognize the name, sir.
Well, that's okay. It wouldn't let me, before I logged in, it wouldn't let me fill in my client's name. So best I could do was what was preset on there.
Okay, who is your client?
Mr. Valentine.
Okay. Yeah, regular.
Calling case number 2206-045101. People of the state of Michigan versus Dominic Valentine. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paul Tefelsky for Mr. Valentine, P52844.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, it's the date for the PCC. I did submit a request for discovery last Friday when my client was arraigned.
Hey,
We haven't received any discovery yet, and so I'd ask the court to adjourn the PCC and give me time to get the discovery, look it over.
Is there a possibility this may resolve itself short of a preliminary examination?
To be honest with you, Your Honor, I doubt it. I think we
Then
could
we might as well go ahead and set a preliminary exam date.
That's fine. That's fine
All
too.
right.
Just, I'd ask that you put it out there a little bit. We'll waive the 21 days. Just give us a chance to get the discovery. I don't know how long it's going to take.
Ms. Drain?
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually have no discovery on this right now. I don't have paper or digital, so I have requested it. I'm waiting to get it. It should be only a couple days.
All right, I'll turn the probable cause conference to June 8th at 8:30.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Are we done with Mr. Mathis?
No, we haven't done Mr. Mathis yet.
Okay, I also have a, let's see, Mr. Chapman here for you.
Okay, give me a second.
Would you like to see him first or?
No, we're gonna do Mr. Mathis.
All right, no problem. I'll put it on mute until you're ready.
All right, Judge, so we are gonna just do a PCC for Valentine then on the 8th at 8:30?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. And Ms. Drain, you'll be staying on this case?
Yes,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Ms. Richards, are you ready on Mathis?
I am, Judge.
Calling case number 2305-626801. Before the state of Michigan versus Michael Mathis, defendant term then, count 1, stalking aggravated.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Nancy Richards, P68850, appearing on behalf of Mr. Mathis, who's present via Zoom at the Wayne County Jail.
Tell me your name, Mr. Mathis.
My name is Michael Mathis.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Richards?
Your Honor, today is PCC. I've received paper discovery. It does appear that there should be some digital discovery, like ring camera videos at the bare minimum, which I haven't received. So I would ask for that. At this point, I would ask for a preliminary examination. I do need to see Mr. Mathis at the jail to have a more in-depth conversation with him. But at this point, I would ask for a preliminary examination.
June 9th at 10:30.
Let me just take a look at my schedule. Your Honor, I have a motion hearing that's probably going to be lengthy at Frank Murphy that day.
What's the whole day?
Well, it starts at 9, so I could do the afternoon most likely.
What about 11 or 11:30? Or even 12?
I think 12 would probably be the safe bet.
June 9th at 12 o'clock. We continue.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Mr. Mathis did ask me to address bond. It is quite a high bond, 500,000 cash, I believe. If the court would consider a bond reduction argument, I can tell you a little bit about Mr. Mathis. I'd also, if the court is willing to consider that at this time, ask for a DSU report.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, Mr. Mathis indicates to me that he is a college graduate. He had 2 semesters of law school. He is an Army veteran. He is living at Lafayette Towers. He has a signed lease there. He would return to court. I would ask if the court would consider a reduction in bond with a tether if the court is concerned at all about his whereabouts.
What law school?
Southern University Law Center.
Where?
Southern University Law Center in Baton Rouge. Freddie Pitcher was the chancellor. Junior. Shonda Stone is my godmother in Shreveport.
I don't know who any of those people are.
Jesse Stone, first Supreme Court Justice of Louisiana of African American descent.
Are you okay, sir? You seem to be a little jittery.
Just a little scared about this whole process. I don't feel like I've done any crimes, sir. That's all. I just want to be able to go home. That's all. Just scared. That's all. You know, I got anxiety disability as well because it's with the VA. I promise I just stay at home and just go to the grocery store up the street where Jacob owns.
People?
Your Honor, at this time, I would object to any reduction. I will indicate the charge for this is aggravated stalking. And this deals with allegations back from last year in October. However, the complainant actually came to the prosecutor's office to find out what she could do to get this case going, because she said that the defendant, Mr. Mathis, is still continuing to threaten her on social media, and she is very afraid. And she indicated that her fear is based on what he could do because he does have mental health issues. So for that reason, Your Honor, I'm asking for no reduction, but a DSU report.
Yes, sir.
Am I able to say anything, sir?
Go ahead.
I bought my house because I love my wife.
Mr. Mathis.
And I never, well, I was just trying to say that I don't even have the right through the Brady Act to have a weapon. And so I talk to my doctor every appointment about my feelings for who Dr. Podolsky with the VA. I do not seek to do any harm to my wife as she is the mother of my child. I married her at St. John the Baptist under Matthew Lorraine. And when I went to talk to a lawyer on Essen Lane named Matthew at the law firm, the secretary's name was Ozan, and I have family called Ozan and Opelousas because Daniel Angelique is my son's godmother through baptism at St. John the Baptist in Addis, Louisiana. I mean, Bruley, Louisiana. I'm not a bad person, so help me God. And I please ask you to consider reducing my bond so I can just go back home, wear the tether, and stay at home, I promise.
I don't know anything about this case or this defendant. I am inclined to refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation, find out a little bit about what's going on and about the defendant. So I'll refer to pretrial services. We can address bond if necessary on June 9th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So for right now, bond will be continued. We can revisit it again, sir.
I'm sorry.
I said bond is going to be continued for now, but we can revisit it again on June 9th once I get the report back and I hear testimony, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
God bless.
Ms. Richards?
Yes.
God bless.
God bless you too.
In perpetuum.
Please, sir.
I don't. I'll email you later, Ms. Richards.
Okay, thank you.
Calling case number 2206-024601. People of the state of Michigan versus Alexander Robertson. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Count 3, malicious destruction of personal property less than $200. Defendant has a habitual offender third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Nancy Richards, P68850, appearing on behalf of Mr. Robertson, who I see is present via Zoom. If the court would allow a brief breakout room, I did not have a phone number for Mr. Robertson, so I haven't been able to touch base with him.
Go ahead and join the breakout room. Wayne County Jail, what's your name, sir?
Lamar Chapman.
Chapman, okay. Ms. Grady, are you still there?
Yes, Judge, I'm here. Thank you.
We're ready on the chat.
Calling case number 2305-707001 for the state of Michigan versus Lamont Chapman. Defendant is charged in count 1, malicious destruction of building, 1,000 or more but less than 20,000. Count 2, assault aggravated. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Judith Grady on behalf of Lamont Chapman, P 44567. Mr. Chapman, state your name for the record, please.
Lamont Chapman.
Yeah, and I haven't had an opportunity to speak with him. I just got this case 2 days ago and they couldn't fit me in the jail. Can I have a short breakout room with him, please?
Okay, you're gonna have to wait because I have someone in my breakout room already. Mr. Gregory.
Them, somebody in intake, they're gonna take some information.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's telephone number.
Why are you on Zoom, sir? You're supposed to be here for a preliminary examination in person.
Yes, Your Honor, but I spoke with the prosecuting attorney, Drain, and it appears that the complaining witness won't be coming in, and we were asking to have the dismissal done by Zoom.
Where's your client?
He just told me that he's in the waiting room, Your Honor. He sent me a picture.
What's this? He's under Cavante topic.
Yes.
Hi, what's going on? Good afternoon, Mr. Gregory.
Thank you. But we are in the courtroom now, Mr. Frederick Clark, but good morning.
Calling case number 2305-682001, people of the state of Michigan versus Christian Frederick Clark. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, third offense. Defendant has a second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Austin Gregory, P85193, on behalf of Mr. Frederick Clark, who is present by Zoom. Mr. Frederick Clark, and he does consent to this hearing being conducted by Zoom. Mr. Frederick Clark, please unmute and state your name for the record.
My name is Christian Frederick Clark.
All right, people.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I would indicate that I did speak with Mr. Gregory yesterday, Attorney Gregory, and I did tell him that I had conversations with the complainant, Ms. Terrace Thomas. She did indicate to me that she did not wish to go forward with this and she would not be appearing for court. So I would not be able to go forward with the exam today. And I did express that to Mr. Gregory.
And Your Honor, with the complaining witness not being willing to go forward, we do move for a dismissal at this time.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set, sir.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon. Have a good rest of your day, everyone.
You and your court have a good day.
Okay, Ms. Richards, great.
Yes. Yes.
Calling case number 2206-024601, from State Michigan versus Alexander Robinson. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Count 3, malicious destruction of personal property, less than $200. Defendant has a habitual with the third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Nancy Richards, P 68850, appearing on behalf of Mr. Robertson, who's present via Zoom. He is having a little trouble with the speaker on his phone. I don't know if he'll be able to audibly say his name. He can try.
Listen, tell us your name. Okay, I've talked to him on the phone because he's in my waiting room.
Yes.
So he's having audio problems. So I acknowledge that Mr. Robertson is present. What's your question?
Your Honor, I've received paper discovery. It's quite slim though, so I'd like to double check that I have everything. I'd ask for any digital discovery as well and ask for an in-person exam date.
I was June 9th at 12:30.
That would be fine.
June 9th at 12:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ms. Richards, there is no digital discovery for this. I checked.
Okay, and the paper is only 8 pages?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's an older case. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Grady, are you ready now on Chapman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case number 2-3-0-5-7-0-7-0-0-1. People of the state of Michigan versus Lamont Chapman. Defendant is charged in count 1, malicious destruction of building, 1,000 or more than less than 20,000. Count 2, assault aggravated. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Judith Brady on behalf of Lamont Chapman. Your Honor, I thought we were going to go into a breakout room with Mr. Chapman. Otherwise, I'd ask for an exam date.
I thought I put you in a breakout room with Mr. Chapman. I didn't do that yet.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so I'll set an exam date and still put you in a breakout room. I'll continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on June 9th at 11 o'clock.
That should be good, Judge. I'm there at 9 in Judge Sabri's anyway. Thank you.
Okay. Will be continued. Hang on a second. I'll put you in a breakout.
Have a great day, Judge. Hey, Judge, could you refer this to the pretrial services for a DSU?
I will. I'll refer to pretrial services for final recommendation.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Grady, I just sent you an evidence.com link, which should contain paper and digital discovery.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Join the breakout room, Wayne County Jail. Mr. Robertson, you're all set. Somebody else can tell me. Return. Does the name check for Nina early mean anything to anybody? Check for Nina early. I'm sorry to hear you. Defendant, Martel Salvo, he's here. Waiting for, minister. Okay.
Jen? What's the name?
Gerard and Breyer.
Yes. Is this your patient? I keep saying. Oh, it's good. It's fine.
Anybody seen Ms. Howell yet?
I know.
Hey, Ms. Michelle?
Morning, Judge. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Peachy, thank you so much for asking. And yourself?
Look at you all bright and early. I love it.
You're the only one I'm dancing with today.
I'm gonna have you teach class, all right?
Sarah. He is a boy called and Sarah without.
Attorney House dealing with another matter right now. Attorney House is dealing with another matter right now. That's what our client said. Yeah.
Okay. This is really hard to get.
Ms. Howell is before Judge Hathaway. She says she's almost done or whatever.
So.
have 2 seconds for you.
Yes. Oh.
Yes.
Is there anyone in the waiting room? I just want to make sure that we was to watch out to live actual.
I do have some, I had some. They're not there now.
Okay, thank you.
check Nina early. Does that name sound familiar to you?
Yes, Your Honor, that's one of the deceased mother. Can we bring, I let her know to click watch YouTube.
Connect your audio, Miss Early. Connect your audio. So, Mr. Chines, yours gonna be a hold this week?
Yes.
I may be taking yours for Salisbury.
Outstanding.
Good morning. Good morning, Miss Early. Miss Early,
Good morning.
you have to view these matters on YouTube where it's being live streamed. Did you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I'm trying to do it now.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can I say something to her?
Sure.
Ms. Early, this is Sarah Bonoma. We spoke this morning.
You have to view these matters on YouTube where it's being live streamed.
Ms. Early, can you hear me?
Did you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Miss Early.
I'm trying to do it now.
Ms. Early, on the email that I sent you, I put in quotes, watch YouTube live. So just go back to the same steps, but don't click join YouTube or join courtroom, just click watch YouTube live, okay? So you'll have to sign out right now and go through those steps again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Early.
Who's your eighth game, Sean?
Young lady in the home, see if I can get her for you.
Okay.
Hi, good morning, Judge. I did just talk to my complaining witness. She, or sorry, I did my victim advocate who's here to talk to my complaining witness. She's about 5 minutes out. She'll be here.
And that's on what case?
That's on Siobhan Gerard at 10 o'clock.
Try as we might, Judge.
I just can't make the rules.
Your planets are not aligning today.
See, you go back home and start up.
Yeah, we're gonna start.
focused on. Sorry. Right. It's not a simple choice. You're fine. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. Exactly. Yeah. I don't. Yes. Oh, yes. All right. Jesus.
Yeah, mine aren't. And I keep mine really. That's awesome. It's out of control. Just have the first step.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you today?
Good. You have, your client here?
Nice.
Oh,
It'd be nice if he were here. He fired me after last week anyway.
yeah.
That was, yeah, he made us famous, put us on YouTube, Judge, those court watchers, with this hot mic.
With what now?
With this hot mic, he made us famous by putting us on YouTube.
What did he say?
I'm not gonna remind you. You can look it up on YouTube. Anyway, I called him afterwards and told him that was more than appropriate. He fired me.
They fired you for that?
Fired me because I don't know why he fired me.
He's on bond.
That was what the argument was, tether bond. It was the guy who was working at Burger King.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh, yeah. I remember his hot mic too.
So, I've been communicating with Ms. Drain all week. I don't even know if it's, I don't know what's.
Well, if he doesn't show up,
I know what'll happen if he doesn't show up.
it'd be very easy to find too.
Yeah.
Unless he takes off the tip.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, I don't think we're still for 3 minutes.
Every case that I have scheduled today, I'm half ready to go on each one. If I can get Ms. Michon on your case, or you on Ms. Michon's case, we'll be picking the day.
Ready to go?
I'm good. How are you?
Friday,
Friday.
chasing down cases.
You have no plan. I have no plan.
My clients
My complaining witness was 5 minutes ago, and they don't have a defense attorney. She's running across the street. It's a race. It really is. They have a homicide. We get C1, you have that.
Were you able to reach Mr. Nichols?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where is he?
He told me he's at a bus stop somewhere on Grand River. I would like to call the case just so I could seek an adjournment and leave it up to you.
Okay, adjournment. Calling case 2255748 for the state of Michigan versus Alan Nichols. Defendant discharged in count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 aggravated domestic violence, defendant has additional third offense.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Whitney Lummel, E58914 on behalf of Alan Nichols Judge. My client is not present. I did reach out to him and I just spoke with him and he told me he's trying to get down to court. He's at a bus stop waiting for a bus somewhere on Grand River. And then he expressed to me that he didn't know what time we were supposed to be here. And I told him that, that time was clearly stated when we were on Zoom last time. So he knew.
Of course he
knew. Whether he was paying attention, I told him he probably weren't listening because they're angry, but he's not. I'd ask for it. And logistically, Your Honor, my client had already expressed the fact that I was going to make a motion to withdraw this morning. He does not want me representing him. We have a difference of opinion regarding this case and how things should proceed for communication problems. I was going to ask anyway if the court would withdraw and if this matter be adjourned, so you give me a turn.
Well, I've been waiting to see Mr. Nichols based on the last time that he was before the court and for the comments that he made prior to us adjourning the hearing. So I had planned on addressing those anyway, but I expressed to Mr. Nichols then, as I am now, that he needed to be here. He's not here. This isn't his first time, his first experience in the justice system. He's a habitual offender. He's been here before. He knows how this goes. He knows when he's supposed to be in court, and he knows how to conduct himself. But he hasn't done it. So I have good news for you. You are going to be able to withdraw from this case after I case him and send him to the back. Then we'll get a new counsel for this next court date. I'm really happy with the tether. You don't have to be bothered with the tether anymore. So the court's going to issue a case, revoke this bond, and set a new bond at $50,000 cash share. Mr. Nichols shows up, make sure that we take him straight to the back.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as an officer of the court, I'm not going to contact Mr. Nichols, tell him not to come bring.
Please don't.
I'm not going to contact him at all.
Okay, I appreciate it. I saw Ms. Howard, so I have a complete set now. Okay.
Careful, both of our cases are next.
Both are ready now?
Of course they are.
How many witnesses do I have on the homicide?
2, Your Honor.
How many I have on the CSC?
2, Your Honor.
Oh, guys.
Your Honor, as much as I would like to go first, I do believe it's the most fair to aid people no law to allow her to go first. That said, I prefer to Mr. Shawn in case she isn't pressing later.
You are the only one on my damn chart, Judge.
Okay, sounds great. Then I guess we'll go ahead with
Your
Salisbury. Come on, Ms. Howell. Before I throw something at you.
Judge, it wasn't my fault.
You sound like my niece and nephew.
And I was just there.
I didn't do it. Wasn't me.
I finished my job. And that's the plan started.
I have a great niece that never does anything, right? Summer, how did this happen? I don't know. Summer, did you do that? I don't even eat food.
My secretary was scheduled for 9 o'clock. I was there on time. He had a full document. And the plan, he started acting food.
All right. Martell Salisbury. Calling case 2356943, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Martell Salisbury. Defendant is charged in count 1, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing death. Count 2, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing death. Count 3, operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing serious injury. Count 7, moving violation causing death. Count 8, moving violation causing death. Count 9, moving violation causing serious impairment of the body function. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Brown on behalf of the people, P84189.
And good morning, Tiffany Hall on behalf of Salisbury, P79667.
Today's date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
People are ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Ready, Your Honor.
You say you have 2 witnesses. Do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to deal with before you call your witness?
Yes, Your Honor, I have 5. First one.
Okay.
Your Honor, the first one is I'd ask for a mutual sequestration order for my officer in charge who sits to my right, Detective Richard Schwab. He'll be testifying in a second.
Any objections to that?
No, Judge, I'm going to that.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1, the postmortem report under MCL 76611BD. We do have a stipulation between the parties for Exhibit 1 for identification purposes that one of the deceased located at the scene, in this case, is Shamari McDonald Gurley, and that is the body that was examined by the medical examiner for exam purposes only.
No, Judge, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I read the manner of death into the record?
You may.
Your Honor, People's Exhibit 1 is entitled "The Postmortem Report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner." It certifies that Dr. Omar Reyes, Assistant Medical Examiner, performed a postmortem examination on the body of Shamira McDonald Gurley at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's office on October 2nd of 2022 with the ME case number of 22-13738. In the summary and opinion portion of this document states, "It is my opinion that death is caused by multiple injuries and the manner of death is an accident." And the report is signed by the Dr. Omar Reyes, Assistant Medical Examiner. Now for my second preliminary matter, people would move to admit People's Exhibit 2 of the postmortem report under 76611BD. We do have another stipulation between the parties that for identification purposes, that one of the deceased located at the scene, in this case, is Letitia Chisholm, and that is the body that was examined by the medical examiner for exam purposes only. Your Honor, may I publish?
Admitted? Yes.
Your Honor, may I read the pertinent portion into the record?
Please.
Your Honor, People's Exhibit 2 is entitled "The Postmortem Report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner." It certifies that Dr. Omar Reyes, Assistant Medical Examiner, performed a postmortem examination on the body of Letitia Chisholm at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's office on October 2nd, 2022, with the ME case number of 22-13739. In the summary and opinion portion of this document, it states, "It is my opinion that death was caused by multiple blunt force injuries and the manner of death is an accident." And the report is signed by Dr. Omar Reyes, Assistant Medical Examiner.
Okay.
Your Honor, people would next move to admit people's exhibit 3, which is a portion of the victim Tadar Hicks medical records pursuant to MCL 76611B, section C for exam purposes only.
Any objection?
Yes. Okay. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes. Admitted.
Your Honor, on the very last page of People's Exhibit 3, it states the patient's name is Tadar Hicks. The date is October 2nd, 2022. The final impression for Mr. Tadar Hicks is stomach contusion, pancreatic contusion, ascending colon contusion, left-sided pneumothorax, left-sided pulmonary contusion, left alemum fraction, left superior pubis ramus fracture, left inferior pubic ramus fracture.
Did you have a copy of the court reporter as well?
Yes, Your Honor, that's in the file. Your Honor, make this the last 2-minute matter on the record.
Yes.
Your Honor, people were moved to admit People's Exhibit 4, a certified copy from the Secretary of State of the defendant's driving record and applications pursuant to MCL 76611B, Section B.
Any objection?
Okay.
Admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, the individual named on this record is Martel Salisbury, and under the potential portion, it states Mr. Salisbury had a state identification issued on January 28th, 2021 that was set to expire on January 24th, 2025. And with that, Your Honor, people are ready to call their first witness. Your Honor, at this time, people called Tadar Hicks.
Did we have a stipulation to the identification of the claimants?
Yes, Your Honor, for both the deceased.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady. You got it already? Tell me, please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box right next to me. Up here. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone that's going to be to your left. Okay? May begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please restate your name again for the record? And I want to take you back to October 2nd, 2022. Were you at or near Connor and Mack Street? Is that in the city of Detroit? And what is at that location? And, pardon me? Okay. And when you were at that location, Your Honor, can I ask, is the mic on? Is he speaking right into it, but you can't put your.
Try speaking to it. Is it turned on? You see the red light there?
Hello?
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Again, what is at that location?
McDonald's Road,
Okay. And when you're at that location, were you on foot or are you in a vehicle?
I was on foot.
Okay. Are you eventually at some point in a vehicle?
Yes.
And are you leaving that location when you're in this vehicle?
Yes.
And who is the driver of that vehicle?
Martel.
And can you look around the courtroom and let me know if you see Mr. Salisbury in the courtroom?
Yes, on the right.
And can you identify a piece of his clothing, the color of the clothing?
Light blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
So,
And where are you located at in the vehicle?
In the back on the right side.
Okay, is there anyone else in the back seat with you?
2 other ladies.
Okay, do you know their names?
Only one.
Okay, what names do you know?
Tasha. Or Nancy.
Okay. Is there anyone in the front seat passenger side?
Yes, her name is Tisa, I don't know her last name.
Okay, did something happen on that date that brings you to court today?
We had an accident.
Okay, and before the accident takes place, are you leaving McDonald's?
Yes,
Okay. And because of this accident, did you suffer injuries?
yes,
Were you transported to the hospital on October 2nd, 2022?
yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross examine.
Yes, Judge. Now, where exactly is the vehicle located when the accident occurred?
I believe at McDonald's.
When you say at McDonald's, were you still in McDonald's parking lot, trying to turn onto the highway? Or were you guys already on the highway when you were struck?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anything with the accident?
Just me seeing lights, and then I'm like,
Okay, but you don't recall anything prior to that?
like what?
Like, what happened? Where the vehicle was before it was struck, or anything like that?
All I remember was driving up the, not driving, but riding up into the street. And I looked back something. So,
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, people call Detective Richard Schwab.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you can?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat for this one. Maybe can we correct?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please restate your name again for the record?
Detective Richard Schwab,
And where are you currently employed at?
Detroit Police Department Fatal Squad Division,
And for how long?
9 years.
And what was your title in this case?
I believe I was a corporal.
Were you the officer in charge?
Correct, yes, I was the officer in charge of the case.
And were you employed in this capacity on October 2nd of 2022?
Yes,
Did you in fact work on that date?
yes,
Did your duties take you out of near Connor and Matt?
yes,
Is that in the city of Detroit,
it is,
county of Wayne?
yes.
And what brought you to that location?
We were notified of a fatal accident, and myself and our fatal squad team showed up to that scene.
And when you made that scene, how many vehicles were involved in the accident? Did it appear?
2.
And what are the making models of those vehicles?
One was a Dodge Caliber, and the other one was a Jeep Wagoneer.
And the Dodge Caliber, where was it located at on the scene?
On the scene, it was in the northbound lane, curb lane, of Connor, halfway up on the curb, in front of in the gas station up on the curb, and somewhat in the roadway up for northbound traffic.
Okay, and the Wagoneer, where was that located at?
That was located on Connor, facing southbound. Both were heavily damaged.
Did you observe any injured individuals at the scene?
I did.
Okay, where were they located at?
There was 2 deceased females. They were located on the passenger side of the Dodge Caliber, outside the vehicle.
And were you able to obtain video of this incident?
I was.
And where was that video from?
So it was from a green light location at the gas station at 3800 Connor.
Your Honor, people moved to admit by way of stipulation to defense counsel, people's exhibit 5.
So stipulated. So stipulated? Yes, sir. Admitted.
Looking at the screen, Detective Schwab, can you let the court know when did we first observe the Caliber enter the video? Where does it enter the video at?
So it's okay, if you have a pointer, I can go to the screen. To point.
Unfortunately, I don't have a.
I have. Got an approach.
Okay. Yes.
Thanks, sir. What was the question again?
Where do we first see the caliber enter the video?
You'll see the caliper enter in through this way and then exit the parking lot of, this is the McDonald's. It'll exit the parking lot of the McDonald's parking lot onto Connor.
And what about the Wagoneer? When do we first observe that vehicle enter the video?
You'll see the Wagoneer traveling on Connor, heading towards Mac southbound at a high rate of speed.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, people are going to play the video from 12:22 to 12:23. Dr. Schwab, thank you. Your Honor, people are pausing the video at 12:23, and I'm just going to play it one more time, starting at 12:45 again, it's saying 12:23. People are stopping the video at 20%. Detective Schwab, did you obtain any information regarding Mr. Salisbury's license?
I did.
What was that information?
According to Secretary of State, he did not have a license. He had a state identification.
Thank you. No further questions.
Questions?
Yes, Judge. It's Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
You stated that the driver of the Jeep Wagoneer was driving at a high rate of speed.
Yes.
Do you know who the speed was? Do you know how bad the vehicle was driving? Can you tell from the skid marks or whatever signs you guys do?
The both vehicles were imaged or downloaded.
Okay, and what was the speed that the Wagoneer was driving at?
I would have to briefly look at my investigator's report.
Now, do you know which vehicle caused the accident? Who was determined to be in the wrong?
Your Honor, I'm not judge that cause for a legal conclusion as to who's in the wrong.
Well, Your Honor,
It's two vehicles that are both bad acts to make that determination.
Brianna, it's my understanding that these are part of a fatal accident squad, and they investigate accidents. They make a determination of what vehicle may have been in the wrong when it comes to an accident. I mean, either he knows or he doesn't know. But if he's a part of this squad, I'm assuming it's something he would know. Anytime, and just from personal experience, when you get into an accident, the officers can investigate the accident and determine which vehicle was in the
Why
wrong.
don't you rephrase the question?
Do you know which vehicle was in the wrong?
That's the same question. All right. Let's try it this way. There are two vehicles involved in this accident, correct? The vehicle who was operating the Wagoneer? You know?
I believe his name was Antoine Johnson.
Okay. And who was operating the other vehicle? What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a Dodge Caliber. It was operated by Mr. Salisbury.
Dodge Caliber. Now, were you able to tell from your investigation that Mr. Johnson, who was operating the Wagoneer, had broken any traffic laws?
I guess prior to watching any video, I guess, through this.
through the entire investigation.
They're, in the investigation, they're both at fault for this. In regards to.
What part did you attribute to Mr. Johnson?
Speeding too fast.
Speed, approximate speed, Johnson was traffic.
Again, if I'm able to refer to my investigation report, I can give you a breakdown of.
That pressure regulations.
Your Honor, that would stick to the speed of that.
That would stick as well.
Your Honor, the stipulation would be that 1.0 seconds before the accident, the vehicle was traveling 70 miles per hour. 70 miles per hour with braking, and that 0.1 seconds prior, the vehicle was traveling 52 miles per hour with braking.
Okay. Now, what thought did you attribute to Mr. Salisbury?
Failing to do.
Failing to do.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Detective, do you know whether or not the passenger in the Wagoneer, did he have a green light?
The passenger
I'm sorry, the driver, he was turning, it appears on a camera, on a video that he was turning onto the mat, or turning onto the road.
He was, in regards to the Wagoneer?
Yes.
The Wagoneer was traveling southbound on Connor, approaching Mac.
And he was turning onto Mac, correct?
No.
That wasn't a turn,
He was staying, his initiation was to stay straight.
Now question, how do you determine that Mr. Salisbury failed to yield? Was there a yield sign?
No, it wasn't.
Is there any surveillance of him other than what we saw prior to the accident, not yielding to a yellow light or a yield sign? So how do you make the determination that he failed to yield?
Due to the fact that he pulled right out of the parking lot without even attempting to stop, entering multiple moving lanes of traffic.
How do you know that he did not attempt, that he did not stop? Because I know I certainly didn't see that on the video. Is there another video
You
you
can't
watched?
testify and put you.
Did you see the video that he failed to stop? Did you clearly see that?
I also imaged his vehicle.
And you imaged his vehicle, it didn't show that he braked? It like braked?
I would have to look at my report real quick.
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If refreshing this at half a second prior to impact, and actually 1 second prior to impact, vehicle was no braking.
So we know that 1 second before impact, but if 1 second before impact, wasn't he already in motion in the street?
Well, even at half a second, he was already in motion street. There is even 2 seconds prior to the event, before airbag deployment and whatnot, no braking. So that's 2 seconds before any of this even happened.
And do you know how many seconds it took him to leave, to pull from the McDonald's parking lot into the collision?
That I don't know.
So he could have, is it fair to say that he could have braked in the parking lot, looked both ways, and then drove out and then was struck?
No,
Why is that not fair to say?
because it's proven on video. There's also proven through here, because you have up to 5 seconds prior to any type of deployment. So if you, in regards to 5 seconds.
I'm sorry, listen, I don't know anything you're talking about.
Okay.
When you say, so are you saying that it records everything that happened 5 seconds prior to an accident?
Each vehicle has its points. Every distributor, like you have Ford, you have Chrysler, you have different things. So usually you can have certain makes and models, you can have up to like 20 seconds prior to any type of event. This one here, in regards to us imaging this vehicle, there was five seconds of data that was recorded.
So based on your data, you determined that 5 seconds prior to the accident, Mr. Salisbury did not apply his brakes.
referring to this, 5 seconds prior to the event, he was traveling at 20 miles an hour with braking.
Okay, with braking at 5 seconds.
At 5 seconds.
Now,
Do you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, at 4 seconds, the vehicle was traveling 19 miles an hour with braking. At 3 seconds, the vehicle was traveling 18, no braking. At 2 seconds, the vehicle was traveling 18 miles an hour, no braking. At 1 second, the vehicle was traveling 20 miles an hour, no braking. And at half a second, the vehicle was traveling 22 miles an hour, no braking.
okay, so your testimony is that 3 seconds before the accident, Mr. Salisbury did not brake.
Correct.
Okay, and based off of that, you made a determination that he did not yield. Because 3 seconds before, he wasn't braking.
Correct.
But 5 seconds before, he was applying brakes.
Correct.
And then maybe 6 seconds, you can't say whether or not he came to a complete stop 6 seconds before, correct?
Correct.
Now, so you can't testify today. You cannot say for certain whether or not Mr. Salisbury braked, looked both ways, and then as he was going across the street, he was struck.
Well, we could say through video and what we have here as from data that we have is that Mr. Salisbury's vehicle did not yield, he failed to yield pulling onto Mac from the parking lot.
And you're able to tell that from the video you say?
Correct. If you're looking at what the vehicle is doing, watching the video, and then actually comparing it to this, you can see that as he comes out of the parking lot, when he makes the turn in front of McDonald's, he comes straight through and comes right on into traffic. At no point in time do you see him stop.
No. Okay. Now, are you able to see whether or not he's braking on the video?
I would have to replay it.
So during your investigation, you didn't check to see if you could see him braking at 5 seconds and 4 seconds? You said he was driving 20 miles per hour with brakes, 19 miles per hour with brakes. Could you see the back of his vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay, now, I don't know about my cars. Are you able to tell if a vehicle was braking from a front view of it?
Yeah,
On the lights, are there any lights on the front of the vehicle that would indicate that the vehicle was braking?
not in the front.
Okay, so the brake lights are only in that.
Correct.
In the video we just watched, were you able to see the back of the vehicle?
That's my knowledge.
Now, was the video time marked, time stamped?
It's in the upper right hand corner in regards to time.
So did you match the seconds that the vehicle reported the collision to the video? So do you know where his vehicle was when he was at 4 seconds before the incident?
Where he was at 4 seconds prior?
But based on the data, when it says that at 4 seconds before the accident, he was 19 miles per hour with brakes. Do you know what part of the video that was on?
That I don't know.
So you also don't know where his vehicle was actually at 3 seconds and 2 seconds and under when it showed that he wasn't braking.
Well, you could tell that he was.
You can tell that he was already emotional.
Give the witness an opportunity to answer the question. Sorry.
In regards to like 1 second and 2 seconds and half a second, he's already in motion coming out of a parking lot onto Connor.
So is there some law that states that how long you have to yield before you pull your car into motion? How long, I guess what I'm asking is, how do you know he didn't yield? I understand you're saying the data is showing that he did not apply brakes 3 seconds before the accident. But is it possible the yielding happened at 6 seconds? Or the yielding was happening of 6 seconds, and then we see it kind of going from 5 to 4, where you see him proceeding and slowing down? How do you know he didn't yield before he pulled off the highway? If you only see 5 seconds.
Well, you could, if he actually yielded and stopped, that truck would have blew right past on Connor.
How do you know that? You didn't time anything.
But from video, it shows that he didn't stop. There's no.
How do you know he didn't stop? You didn't see anything.
Because if he stopped, he wouldn't have got hit.
Okay, so do you know whether or not the car ran a red light? The Wagoneer, did you confirm the Wagoneer actually had a green light? I mean, or a red light?
Then I don't remember.
So is it possible that Mr. Officer did in fact yield, coast was clear, and then as he was driving by, this fast Wagoneer, as you described, traveling at a high rate of speed, flew through the red light and hit him? I guess what I'm saying is, what I'm asking is, your testimony is, well, we know he didn't yield because there was an accident. Are you saying that it's not possible that he could have yielded, and that on some part of the Wagoneer, maybe driving through the yellow light or red light, it couldn't have hit him?
Well, evidence doesn't show if he yielded it, would not hit.
And the evidence also doesn't show whether or not he actually yielded. You don't know for certain whether he yielded.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to asked and answered about if he knows if he yielded, and this has been asked and answered. He stated from the video, that's where he's making that determination. It's repetitive.
Simply the video in addition to data that we retrieved would indicate that he did not yield at least 5 seconds before.
3 seconds.
Well, his foot being on the brake doesn't necessarily mean that he's yielding either, because we have our foot on the brake and the car can still be in motion, but not coming to a stop. The video speaks for itself.
This is not very clear, but I'm moving on. Is it normal or is it protocol that anytime there is a vehicle accident, that the vehicle that is struck is assumed to not have yielded if it's not showing that it is stopped from the collision report?
Well, every investigation is on its own merit. So whatever evidence that we're able to obtain through the investigation is what we use and we determine.
Thank you.
You hear her?
No, Your Honor.
Let me see the video once more.
Your Honor, this is the video at 12:22.
Okay, so play that one more time.
And again, at 12:22:45.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
No further witnesses for the people, Your Honor.
Any witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
Okay.
People?
Your Honor, people respectfully request to bind over on all the charges and reserve argument.
So,
Question back to you.
I agree, this is a question of fact. Before that, reviewing the video one last time, I see the vehicle coming from the vehicle that was allegedly driven by the defendant, coming from the left side of the screen. It doesn't appear to stop, pause, or even slow down before it enters the street. Even though the person driving this wagon here, Mr. Antoine Lamont Johnson, may have been more at fault by driving the greater speed that he was driving. The defendant here was also at fault in, first of all, not yielding before entering that roadway. And second of all, not being a licensed driver. If he wasn't driving the vehicle, perhaps this wouldn't happen anyway. Court, after hearing the testimony of the witnesses that testified, is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as relates to the charges contained. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to be disciplined committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. It's arraigned on information date and time will be June 16, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bound to be continued.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was the date?
June 16.
I thought we were like.
Okay, Ms. Michon, appreciate your patience.
No worries, Judge.
People, I have all your exhibits.
Thank
All right, thank you, Judge. Thank you for this location.
All right, Ms. Hall. Until Judge Hathaway will see it again, they own it.
I will.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have
Be
a
safe
good
out
day.
there, okay?
Good to see you.
Have a good day.
So, yeah, call. Judge, you called and said it was at the bus stop. So I just come to.
Yeah, but let's not for a long time. We're ready for Mr. Gerard.
You're on the web.
Just before we get started, prosecution will indulge me. There are two other matters that are before the court. I've referred both gentlemen for competency to stand trial. We've received experts from MIDC, but the jail requires an order to permit them to enter the jail. May I present those orders to the court?
Yes.
Good old fashioned in-person paperwork.
That's becoming a thing of the past, right?
Exactly. Figure there's no sense in waiting for an independent. And it's gonna take us till August to get the state to do their work. That's 6 months. So Yes. I just mean. And I think 4. I got excited. And I were joking, I'm like, you sure you want the presiding position? He's like, I'm starting to rethink my position.
Presiding of what?
Third Circuit. Yeah. Well, I think because everybody else figured out. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that headache. The illusion that is control.
I know, right?
Can you imagine presiding over Vera Maxey Jones?
She's not there.
I know, try telling that lady. I can imagine all the previous presidings, just kids loving it.
What you do in that situation is you consult her about it.
Good.
You get her opinion.
Uh-huh.
They're very much involved.
I agree.
Judge, there's nothing you have to say. Let me get your opinion.
Let's just say an unnamed judge over here once upon a time tried to double book you with one of her trials. And I said, at the time, I'm double booked. And he says, that's okay, you can come here first. I'm like, oh, no. I will be going to her courtroom first. Yeah, you got this look of dread. Who's the judge? Vera Maxey Jones. He goes, let's get Mrs. Deshawn here too. You know. Do not mess with.
Okay. We have calling case 2356740, people of state of Michigan versus Devon Tyrell Gerard. Defendant discharged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree multiple variables. Count 2, kidnapping. Count 3, assault with intent to great bodily harm, murder by strangulation. Count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 5, assault and resisting obstructing police officer. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Looks like more on behalf of the people of P8474, standing in for the attorney of record on this case, Sona Mississippi.
And good morning, Armin. This is most honorable court, Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167. And it is my privilege to represent Mr. Gerard, who is present in the court.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. Today's date, time set for exam. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
Defense would make a motion for sequestration.
Ladies and gentlemen out there on YouTube, man, you are a witness or potential witness according to your law. You say you have 2 witnesses, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin?
I just asked for an exception to the sequestration order. The officer in charge is Detective Kenneth Valerie. Last name is spelled Valrie. He is not present. However, should he arrive during the exam and come into the courtroom, I asked if he be allowed to sit for the testimony.
Any objection?
None.
Okay.
With that, no further preliminary matters, people are prepared to call out first witness. People call Angel Austin, Angel, last name Austin.
Good morning, ma'am. Please step forward. Give your name and spelling of your name to the young lady seated up here. You got it already. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat next to me up here in the witness box. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone with you to your left, okay? Just pull it out. Thank you. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Please restate your name for the record.
Angel Austin.
Speak to the microphone.
Angel Austin.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Austin, I'm going to take your attention back to May 2nd of 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yeah.
Did something occur on that day that put you in court today?
Yeah.
What time of day was that?
Around 7 in the morning, 6:30, 7.
Where were you around 6:30 or 7 in the morning on May 2nd?
Leaving from my house, walking to the gas station.
Do you know what street you were on?
I was leaving off of Steel Street, walking up Chef Farm.
And you said you were leaving off of Steel Street?
Yes.
Is that Steele?
No E at the end.
No E, Steel?
Yes.
And then you said you were on Chalfont. Is that spelled Chalfonte?
Yes.
Are those streets located in the city of Detroit County?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you were walking. Were you walking to anywhere in particular?
Yes, I was going to the gas station in my house to get some coffee.
Now, I just want to ask that you keep your voice up through the whole answer, okay? Make sure everyone in the courtroom can hear you.
Okay.
Now, you said that you were headed to the gas station. Were you with anyone else or were you alone?
Alone.
And at that point in time, what were you wearing?
I had on some pajamas. I had like some baggy pajama pants, I had my boots on, and my hoodie on my coat because it was cold outside.
Were you either on your phone or listening to music or distracted?
I don't think I was on my phone. I was just walking early in the morning. It was nice out.
Now, as you're walking, what's the next thing that happens?
Okay, so I'm walking and I'm turning the corner, but I look to make sure, no cars is coming. But I see the car and I'm like, oh, they don't got their lights on. But I didn't see nothing of it. So they rolled past and looked at me. And then they made a U-turn on Avalon Street, which is the next street over.
So I'm actually gonna stop you right there. You said that you saw a car with its lights on. Please describe what that car looked like.
I don't know the make of it. I just know it was like burgundy. It was burgundy.
Do you know if there was a license plate on the car? And you indicated that you saw that the lights were on. Did you notice?
They were off.
Or sorry,
Yeah, they were off.
Was it light or dark out at this time?
It was light.
Did you notice anything else about the vehicle?
Had some yellow writing on it, like some numbers.
I'm sorry, like some what?
Numbers written in like yellow marker or something.
Did you make any other observations about that?
No.
Did you notice any occupants in the vehicle?
Yes,
How many occupants were in the vehicle?
2.
Where were they seated?
The driver's seat and the passenger seat.
Is that both in the front row of the car?
Yes,
Did you see anyone else in the back seat?
no.
So as you notice that car, what is the next thing you see the car do?
At first they rolled past me and they looked at me. So I'm like, oh no, somebody trying to talk to me, guys. So then they made the U-turn. And I'm like, oh no, they really gonna stop. And then that's when they like stopped real fast and got out of the car. And one got me in front and like in a chokehold, and then the second one grabbed my leg and put me in the face.
I'm gonna back you up for a minute. So you said that you see them make a U-turn. At that point in time, where are you standing?
I'm standing right in, okay, so still in Avalon is like the middle of the middle of the street. I didn't make it to the next block, Avalon, where they made it to.
To confirm, are you in the middle of the street?
I'm not in the middle of the street, but I'm close to the side of the sidewalk.
And so you see this car do a U-turn.
Yes.
Does the car eventually come to a stop?
Yes.
Where is the car when it stops in relation to where you are?
Same, well, it was a little bit before me, but I'm like right in between, like literally right in between Steel and Avalon, right in the middle, going up show.
So when the car stops, how far away from you is the car?
I could say by the end of this desk right here, this end of this. That's how close they are, and then they're both.
Your Honor, may I move over to that area and confirm what she's talking about?
Sure.
The edge of this, like right here? Yeah. Okay, so the distance from you to me. Yeah. Would the court defense counsel stipulate that's about, what, 5 to 7 feet?
I would go more 7, 8, but sure.
7 to 8 feet?
Where?
From her to the end of the bench.
The edge, right there. And I'm saying
So as the car stops, what's the next thing that happens?
I see them jump out and then I'm like, is this real? Like, cause they had a clutch on and I'm like, is this real? And then when they grab me, I'm like, oh shit. So, by the time I said that, they already got me the base.
I want to be very specific. You keep saying they. I'd like to know what each person did. So the driver.
Yeah.
What did the driver do when they exited the car?
He got out the driver's seat and grabbed me from my leg, but the one that was in the passenger seat grabbed me in the chokehold at the beginning of me and swooped me off my feet.
Did they get out at the same time or at different times?
That's about the same time.
Now, if you saw either of these individuals today, would you recognize them?
I cannot remember the taller, light skinned woman because it was so fast and by the time it came to me, it was gone. But I know the one that did who did.
Okay, so I'm gonna back up a second. You said if you do not remember the taller one, was that the driver or the passenger?
The passenger.
But you indicated that you would remember the driver.
Yeah.
Do you in fact see the driver of that vehicle today?
You can stand up and look around.
Yeah.
Please identify where that individual is seated and just pick out an article of both.
Right there. Green.
Let me ask you this, ma'am. At the time that this happened, was that person wearing a mask?
No.
The person you just pointed out in court today has a mask. Is that right?
Yeah, I know that.
Governor, just for further clarification, can I ask that anyone in the court with a mask pull their mask down?
Sure.
Now,
Now, looking at him, can you tell if that's the person or not? That's our love.
Yes.
That is him? Okay.
and Ms. Austin, did you see that individual without their mask on just now?
Yes.
And to confirm, that individual that you pointed out in court today was the driver.
Right.
So a moment ago, you indicated that they each had a different part of your body. What was the next thing that happens?
So talking and all of a sudden he just started choking me. I'm asking him like, why you doing this to me? Homie? Why you wanna die?
I'm so sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you repeat? I'm so sorry.
He was choking me. He asked me, did I wanna die?
Miss Austin, at this point, are you in the vehicle?
Yeah.
Please describe like what size of vehicle this is.
It's like a little four-wheeler thing.
Is it a
Small
sedan,
size.
SUV?
Like a sedan. It's gonna be
Where in the vehicle are you located?
in the backseat.
Where is the defendant, the driver, in relation to you in the backseat?
On the side of me, choking me at this time.
Where is the passenger?
Wrong.
Do you see the passenger at any point before?
No.
So you indicated that the driver was on the side of you choking you. What part of his body was touching what part of your body?
It was basically on top of me choking me, and I'm trying to pull his hands off of me and squeeze him tight, and I'm
You said that you were trying to pull his hands off of you. Were both of his hands on you?
around my neck.
What, if anything, were his hands doing around your neck?
Squeezing.
At the time that they were squeezing, did you feel like you were able to breathe?
No, I couldn't breathe.
What, if anything, were you feeling throughout your body?
Before I passed out, my whole body just got hot and hurt to everything.
Do you know how long his hands were around your neck squeezing?
No.
But you indicated that you passed out.
Yes.
How do you know that you passed out?
Because I felt myself drift away, and then when I woke up, it was still choking me. I kept passing out.
Was the defendant saying anything to you at this time?
It just kept saying, if you wanna die anyway, just, I'll take you out your misery, and I'm like, why are you doing this to me? Like, you know me. So,
Did you know the defendant?
we know each other.
At that moment, at the first point of contact, did you recognize the defendant?
I can't hear you.
Like her.
But just a moment ago, you said that you know each other.
Yeah.
Describe what you mean by that.
We went to middle school actually, and then I see him around the neighborhood.
So moving back to the point where you said that you were blacking out, did you wake up?
Yeah.
Do you know how many times you blacked out and then woke up?
At least about 3 or 4 times.
Now, when you wake up, what do you notice? So you said that you wake up and he's on top of you. Describe how his body is on top of you.
Speaking to the microphone.
Already go up now. Can I pass out again?
Ms. Austin, I'm going to keep asking you some questions, okay? Now, you said that his body was in between your legs. At this point, do you feel like you're able to leave?
No.
Is he saying anything to you?
I can't remember.
Do you remember if you're saying anything to him?
I can't breathe. Thank you.
Just a minute, Judge. So while he's in between your legs, a minute ago you said, I think the phrase you used was doing it.
Yeah.
What exactly are you talking about?
Having sexual intercourse with.
Now, at the time that he is having sexual intercourse with you, what part of his body is touching or inside of what part of your body?
His penis is in the
I'm gonna ask a series of questions about how we got to that. Did you, when you were in the back seat, did you still have your pajamas on?
Yeah.
At any point, did your pajamas move from their location or shift on your body?
Yes.
Do you know how that happened?
No.
But you indicated that they were moved or in a different location. How were they different?
My left pants leg was completely off. It was my pajama pants and my underwear were off one leg, but I still had right leg.
Did you yourself remove your left leg from your pajama pants or underwear? Do you know how that was removed?
No.
Was anyone other than you and the defendant in the backseat when that occurred?
No.
Was any other part of your clothing moved?
No, my clothing was my hoodie was still on. Yeah, just. Yeah.
Now, talking about the defendant, did the defendant have clothes on in all of this weekend?
Yeah.
Do you remember what the defendant was wearing?
I want to say like some jogging. I can't remember like some jogging pants.
Did the defendant have a shirt on?
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of shirt or upper garment? Now, at the time that he is having sexual intercourse with you, describe what the defendant is wearing. Was any part of his clothing moved or in a different position?
Yes, behind.
Now, did you see him move that clothing?
Yeah.
When was the first time that you noticed that his clothing was in a different position?
When I woke back up from me, I passed out, and he was sitting outside his car.
So moving back to when he's having sexual intercourse with you, did you see any part of his body or his skin? Do you know how long that lasted?
No.
Do you know if the defendant ejaculated?
Yeah.
Do you know where he ejaculated?
Yeah.
Where did he ejaculate? At the time that he is having sex with you, where are his hands? And while his hands are around your throat, are his hands doing anything?
Please,
Now, at the time that he's squeezing, can you describe how it affected your vision?
yes, I couldn't see. My vision was really blurry, and my body was really limp. I couldn't really move a lot.
Was it affecting your breathing in any way? How was it affecting your breathing?
I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. So I just passed out. Every time I tried to get a breath, and it just made me feel dizzy.
A moment ago, you said you were trying to pry his hands apart and you were gesturing with both of your hands to your neck. What were you doing in terms of touching the defendant?
Grabbing his hand, trying to hold him apart, so I can leave.
Were you able to pull his hands apart?
Barely.
Now, as this is happening, how, if at all, did this affect your hearing?
I heard ringing.
And did your body feel any other sensations while this was going on?
Very low.
At some point, does the defendant pull out?
Yeah.
What is the very next thing that you remember?
After he finished, I saw that he was distracted, so I grabbed my things and tried to run away. So I'm running, and I turn around and see who was there, and he hit me with a car.
So backing up, after this occurs, does he get off of you?
Yeah.
Is he saying anything to you at that time?
Yeah.
Are you saying anything to him at this time?
Yeah.
How are you able to get out of the vehicle?
I grabbed my pants leg and I opened the back passenger door and ran out the car and just jumped out.
Does he do anything when you were running out of the car?
Well, I was running, so I didn't see him get back into the car because my back was turned. So I'm running for a little while, grabbing my things, and then when I turned, I seen him coming and he hit me with my.
Now, as you're running away from the car, are you saying anything?
No.
But you said that you turned, and what do you see?
The car coming at me.
Do you see who is driving the vehicle?
Yeah.
Who is driving the vehicle?
Yeah.
Is that the defendant?
Yeah.
And as you mentioned that the defendant hits you with the car.
Yeah.
What part of your body is hit by what part of the car?
I'm hit in basically my hip and leg and rib area, like a flat, this car. I think one day like in your right in the middle of the bumper. Like on the car.
So when the car hits you, your body makes further contact with the car?
Yes, like I bounced off the car and then
Now, at the time that you're hit by the car and then laying on the ground, are you feeling anything in your body?
pain.
Where are you experiencing pain?
Where he hit me at, and then it knocked me down, so I fell on my right side. So basically both sides.
I just want to get a little bit more specific. So on your left side, is that the side that you were hit by the car?
Yes.
Where on the left side of your body are you experiencing pain?
From at least from my knee to my rib, I was the dark and my rib, and I have bruises on my leg.
And then on the right side of your body, is that where you hit the ground?
Yeah.
What were you experiencing on the right side of your body?
Just a pain from bouncing, my head was hurting, but it was really my left side that was hurting the most in my back.
So as you're laying on the ground, what happens next?
He gets out of the car and he was up to something. And he kept saying, I can't let you go, like I just did to you. And he was choking me again. And then he grabbed my chin and he twisted my neck down there all the way around. And I heard my neck snap and I passed out.
So are you still on the ground at this time? Is that a yes?
Yes.
You said that the defendant comes over to you. What is his position in relation to you?
He's laying on top of me and he's like straddling me.
Are you able to get up at that point?
No.
Are you able to leave?
No.
And you indicated that he grabbed you by your chin. How did he do that?
He would have me like this and he just twisted my neck. And I heard it snap all the way around.
For the record, the witness is using her right hand, her thumb is on one side of her chin, her other fingers are on the other side of her chin. Is that fair? Agreed.
So no,
And you indicated that he was pushing or
twisting my neck, like pushing it and twisting it. One time he did like that.
when the witness indicated with the palm of her right hand under her chin, pushed it forward.
pushed it
Backward.
around.
Backward and to the right.
Now, at that point in time, a moment ago, you said you heard something. What did you hear?
I heard my neck.
And after you heard your neck snap, did you feel anything? Do you remember waking back up?
Yeah.
When you woke back up, what happened?
I was in the backseat of his car and he was driving home.
Do you know how you got into the backseat of his car?
No.
Do you remember anything between when your neck snapped and you passed out and when you woke up in the car?
I just hear like him vaguely told me.
Do you remember what he was saying?
Yeah.
What was he saying?
He can't let me go after the way you did to me.
So you're back in the car. Where in the car are you?
Laying down in the backseat.
And where are your clothes at this time?
I have my clothes on.
Were they fully on?
Yeah.
Now, as you wake up, what are you feeling in your body?
Pain everywhere.
When you say pain everywhere, can you be a bit more specific as to where in your body?
Around my head, all the way to my knees, my neck, especially.
Is there anyone else in the car with you?
No. The passenger driver.
So the defendant and you are in the car.
Yeah.
And where is the defendant located in the vehicle?
And the driver's front seat.
Is the car moving?
Yes.
Can you see where the car is going?
I sat up and then I did this.
So as you sit up and you see where the car is going, where is the car moving to?
It's going straight, and I looked around and see that we was in my neighborhood, and he was kind of going slow. And he was creeping, so I figured that was my chance again to get out. So I opened the door again, and I drove, grabbed my coat, I fought out of my coat and ran on someone's porch and my husband.
Now, back in the vehicle, do you remember you described that the defendant had his hands around your neck. Do you remember any other times where his body was touching your bodies?
Not because when we were fighting, you know, when he was choking me on the ground, he was the fire, and we were having sex. And I don't remember too much of that, how he got me in the car, that was the end of him on me once I'm in the backseat.
So at this point, you said you were able to leave the vehicle. And are you walking or running?
I'm running.
Where is the defendant as you're running away?
In his car, and he took off.
Did he say anything to you before he took off?
No.
Did you say anything to him before he took off? Now, you are running. Where, if anywhere, are you running to?
When I rolled out the car, it was houses. So I just ran up on somebody's porch, just straight ahead, just ran straight ahead and knocked on the door.
Did you know the house that you were running to?
No.
After you knocked on the door, what if anything happened?
It was an older lady who opened the door and actually brought 911 for me, and she saw his car speeding up the street.
Okay, I'm gonna object to what you saw.
Sustained.
After you talk to that woman, what happens next?
She calls 911 for me.
Now, hold on, I want to be very clear. Were you present when she makes a phone call?
Yes.
Did you hear anything that she was saying on the phone?
I
don't want to know what she said. I'm just asking, did you hear anything that she said?
Yeah.
After she makes a phone call, did someone else arrive at that location?
The police officer.
Was there one police officer or more than one?
It was two.
Approximately how long does it take for the police officers to arrive?
I guess they were like 5 seconds, and we would seem to do they came within like 5 minutes.
Now, when the officers arrive, you explain to the officers what happens?
Yes.
How long are you at that location with the officers?
For a split second, he got a chirp on his thing, and he told me everything was off.
Do you remember the name of that officer?
No, I know, he was very nice.
Now, you said that he took off. Did you wait right there?
Yes, because he told me don't move because the ambulance was coming, so I had to stay right here.
Did an ambulance come?
Yes.
When the ambulance came, sorry, what happened?
I actually was still panicking, and my dad stayed right up the street, and I was like, can you please just let my dad know what's going on before you take him to the hospital? So they reversed the ambulance and knocked on my dad's door and let him know what had happened.
Did you end up going to the hospital?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Kind.
Now, when you were at the hospital, did you participate in a sexual assault examination?
Yes.
Now, how long were you at the hospital?
Really all day. I think I got there about 8 o'clock. I didn't get released until about 6 in the evening.
Did you sustain any injuries on your body as a result of this?
Yes, I had bruising on my ribs, bruising on my throat. I did X-rays. I re-injured my knee.
You indicated that the hospital took X-rays?
Yes.
Do you know what, you took any, or did you sit for any pictures to take of your body?
Yes, the detectives actually came and took pictures of my entire life.
And you indicated that you had bruises on your ribs and your throat. How long did those bruises last?
About a week or two. They ice there's some little purpleness here and there. My neck is still very sore. My knee is very sore, but mainly my knee and my ribs.
Did you sustain any injuries other than your ribs, your neck, and your knee?
No. They did pictures of my vagina. She said that was ripped or anything. So,
You indicated that you re-injured your knee, is that
yes,
what you
when
said?
I got one of the hit me with the car, I had metal on my knee already, and so it's still.
Did you have to have any follow-up doctor's appointments for that?
Yes, I actually have a doctor's appointment coming up recently. They want to do more X-rays for my knee.
You had an official diagnosis for any injury?
Call it fair state.
That's fair, Your Honor. I just want to know if she has one yet, or if we're working towards that, not what the diagnosis is. Now, I'll reframe my question to say that. Ms. Austin, without saying what a diagnosis is, do you have a diagnosis yet?
No.
Are you looking to have another appointment to get a diagnosis?
Yeah.
One more, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. If I ask you a question that you don't understand, you just flag me down, I'll rephrase it, okay?
Yeah.
Now, when you spoke to the officers at the hospital, let's go to the hospital, okay? Because I understand that first meeting with the first officer was kind of, a fast, thing. So the first time you get to tell that your story is at the hospital to the officers who arrived there. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. To those officers, you don't tell them you know the guy from the neighborhood. You just give them a description, correct?
Yeah.
When did it become clear to you that, oh yeah, that's the guy from the neighborhood?
When I was having flashbacks, there was actually what's going on.
And what was the time frame between when you gave your original sort of description, he was this tall, this, weight, to when you're like, oh no, that's Mr. Gerard from the neighborhood?
Other day, because I called the detective.
And when you say, do you say he's a guy from my neighborhood, or do you say, hey, that's Devon Gerard?
And I didn't know his name. I know what his nickname was, and I told him that I actually recognized him from next week.
And did you do a lineup?
No.
And do you know where he lives?
No.
So you've never been to his house?
No.
You guys do not Do you communicate at all prior in time to this incident with him on a phone?
We have,
And when you communicate with him on a phone, did you tell the officers he's in my phone?
yes, I told them that I bought marijuana.
Okay, and so has supplied you with marijuana, correct?
Yes,
How many times?
at least twice.
And when he did that, was he in the same car you're describing?
The first time, no, and the second time, no. The first time at the store from my, street, and the second time he was in a car with someone.
Okay. And so, you have his phone number and he has your phone, correct? When you told, and when he's in your phone, what's the name he's under in your phone?
Bond or Vice, is Bond/Vice.
And did you tell the officers that name?
Yes,
Have you ever on occasion had sex with my client previously?
no,
Has he ever given you money?
no,
Has he ever, well, strike that. Has he ever given you money in cash?
no,
Has he ever given you money through a cash app?
no,
So there would be no reason for those transactions to be in his phone.
no,
You are aware the phone is currently in the hands of the police department, and we're going to find out what's in it.
yes,
Now, on this particular day, you were walking down the street at, I think you said 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning.
yes.
Had you had anything, any alcohol drink that morning?
No, I went out to get some coffee.
No, I appreciate that. Had you used any narcotics that morning?
Marijuana,
And how much marijuana had you smoked?
about a half a blunt.
And forgive me, just in terms of, is that a normal use for you, or is that a start?
That's a normal use. I was actually stressed out. I was actually getting illegally evicted out of my house at the same work.
Understood. So on that day, you smoke half a blunt, you're walking down the street to go to the gas station for some coffee and cigarettes.
Yes,
Have you seen my client with the other person previously?
no,
You'd never seen the other individual before?
no,
Now, you told us that the passenger and the driver both get out. The passenger is the one who originally puts chokehold on you, correct?
yes,
And they put you in the back seat,
yes,
but you don't know what happens to him.
no.
Does
When
he-
I came to, it was really long.
Let me ask you this. Last you knew, was he the one who was choking you out?
First, yes.
First. And so when you passed out the first time, it was whatever the passenger was doing.
When I passed out the first time, it was from him, putting me in the chokehold.
And you're indicating for the record, sort of your arm around your neck.
Yeah,
So he's choking you from behind.
yes,
Okay. And when you wake up, is somebody else then supposed to be choking you?
yes,
And so you've been choked out to the point of unconsciousness, correct? And you wake up to somebody also choking, correct? Okay. And as he's continuing to choke you, you pass out again.
yes,
And then you wake up and intercourse is happening.
yes,
And he's still choking you, correct?
yes,
So now we've passed out twice from choking and woken up twice, still choking. Now, you indicated the car in question, you said had yellow numbers on it.
yes.
Tell me about that.
I can't remember the numbers of the writing, but I remember it was one of them, which nothing insured in me, that maybe the back passenger, well, not, the back seat from the driver's window, maybe like impound letters.
Okay, so it's on one of the windows?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you ever tell you told us today that while all this is going on, you're saying, you know me. Did you tell the police that the first time?
No, they didn't really ask that. They were really more about the sexual assault. They didn't ask like what was the conversation between and everything until they took me to the headquarters and did the interrogation.
Okay. Now, when you say that he ejaculated, was that one of those moments you were awake for? Or did you assume based upon?
I felt it afterwards.
Now, when you wake up the last time in the after the sex in the back seat, he's outside the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And he's redressing. Is that a yes?
Yes.
You're just fine. You're just fine. You were in the back seat still, and you said you put on the.
I didn't put on anything. I just grabbed it and grabbed my phone because it was on the floor and opened the door and ran.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand what you're trying to tell me. When you say you grabbed your stuff, did that include putting your pants back on?
No, I didn't even put it back on the heels and ran.
Okay. So we got one leg on, one leg off, yes. And we're running like heck. Okay. All right. And that's when you notice he's driving the car behind you and you get hit by the car.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, when you say, now I wrote it as you bounced off the car.
Yes.
Now, did you end up, was it a kind of a bumping, or did you actually go on top of the vehicle and bounce off?
I didn't go on top because it was like I bent and then hit it.
Okay, so you're demonstrating for us that there was sort of a bend in your waist towards the side.
Yeah, because I was turning and he got my side.
Okay, and then you hit the ground.
Yeah.
Now, then he chokes you again, correct?
Yeah.
And then you pass out.
After he snapped my neck, yes.
And then you don't know how you end up back there.
No.
But when you lost consciousness again, he was the only person there, correct?
Yes.
And you're on the ground.
Yes.
And so, oh, bless you.
Thank you.
And so apparently he picks you up like a rag doll and puts you in the back of the car again?
Yes.
Okay. Do you put your pant leg back on?
I remember I am moving slow, so I did put my pants leg back on, but when I was waiting for the ambulance to come and I was sitting outside the lady's house, I was able to actually put my pants.
Okay. So when you saw an opportunity to leave the vehicle, are we still one-legged?
Yes.
Okay. So when we get to the door of the lady's house, you got one leg on in, one leg out?
Yes, when she came to the door and I found that she said on me.
Now you said something about your jacket, that he grabbed your jacket as you were trying to leave.
Yes.
Did he take the jacket?
No, he got my whole arm out, but I was able to still have my right arm in.
Okay, so when you get to the door of the lady's house, we got one leg in pants, one leg out of pants, and then your jacket's half on.
Yes.
Okay. When you go to the hospital, you're there for, well, the remainder of the day.
Yes.
But then they release you, right?
Yes.
So we have no broken bones.
No.
Now, you said they took pictures of your body.
Yes.
What did they take pictures of?
The bruising from the shoulder, the bruising from getting hit by the car, the pictures of my legs because I had scratches and stuff, my face is fuzzy from hitting me and stuff, and then my primary.
Understood. Now, you just said your face because he was hitting.
Yeah, oh, well, it was puppy. I guess from strangling or choking, my eyes was puffy, so they took a picture of my face.
Okay,
And yes, my lip was busted.
okay,
So
'cause I don't remember you saying you got hit, so,
Yeah, I couldn't remember, all I can remember is I was bleeding. I
okay,
don't remember when he hit me or what he hit me with, but I know my mouth was bleeding. That's why I was able to put like blood on him and leave some in his car and spit on the ground because I thought I was gonna die and I was gonna leave my DNA.
okay.
So my mouth was really bleeding, and I'm on blood thinners too, so when I bleed really.
My husband is on the same medication. So when you're in, and I'm assuming it's when he's driving through an area you know,
Yes,
and you notice that you're bleeding. And so if we have the vehicle impounded, I'm assuming there should be blood in the vehicle.
yes,
But you attended that, right?
yes,
And you also said that you tried desperately to get his hands off from around your neck, right?
yeah.
And so I did notice you have very pretty nails.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm assuming, when you're doing that, you're sort of clawing at it.
Yes,
And I'm assuming that when you were at the hospital, they took, samples of what, if anything, is under your nails?
yes,
Okay. And you had, not long nails, but nails there.
yes, they're pretty
Girly nails.
Yes, thank you.
And so, and they took those samples, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 1 minute if I may. I don't have any other questions.
Can you redirect?
No redirect.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Oh.
Next witness, please.
Or I think that's what defense counsel's asking, whether or not that's necessary.
Okay.
Thank you. At this point, Your Honor, people call Officer James Van Meer. Last name is spelled Vanmeer. This is first name. James, J-A-M-S.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Judge. He needs a moment in the judge's room.
Okay. All right, doing that, I'll ask Mr. LaMellon to back. Mr. LaMellon.
Oh. Good morning, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Were you calling me?
Yes, I was wondering what you're back for.
I'm sorry, what's that, Your Honor?
I was wondering, why are you back?
Well, Mr. Nichols is there. And Ms. Drain is there. And I wanted to see if we can get this back on the record because the victim, was set for an exam this morning. The victim didn't show up either.
An hour ago, over an hour ago, when your client finally showed up. And you were relieved. I thought.
And he's no longer my client either, but.
Right. So I'm going to appoint him
I just
another.
thought for the judicial economy, maybe.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay, Judge.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Would you say, Ken?
I said
Thank you,
too
Your Honor. You
kind.
have a good day.
He's too kind.
Nice guy. How'd you fire that like that? It's easier. Hi, how are you? Doing good. How about yourself? Yes. There you go.
Still now.
What are we doing now?
One officer left. Yes, Your Honor.
Where is it?
He's right here. I believe I already called him on the record, just confirming Officer James.
You have his name already?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with this box. Good afternoon, sir. You may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Please restate your name for the record.
Officer James Van Meer.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you employed?
Detroit Police Department, second precinct,
In what capacity?
patrol.
Are you a police officer?
Yes,
How long have you been a police officer with Detroit Police Department?
7.5 years.
Were you working as a Detroit police officer on May 2nd of 2023 in the morning hours?
Yes,
On that particular day, sorry, one second. Were you working patrol on that particular day?
yes.
Now, on patrol, were you on foot or in a vehicle?
In a vehicle.
What type of vehicle were you in?
Ford Explorer.
Was that a marked vehicle?
Marked, yes.
How was it marked?
Detroit Police Department, it's a white vehicle with, I believe it's blue, lettering.
Were you wearing a uniform on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe what type of uniform you were wearing.
Full Class B uniform with an outer carrier vest, my badge, name, and Detroit Police Department patch on the left arm.
Now, on that particular day, were you dispatched to 14918 Steel, that's STEEL?
Yes, ma'am, as the assistant.
Is that in the city of Detroit County, Wayne?
Yes, ma'am.
You stated as the assisting unit. What do you mean by that?
I was assisting, I was an Adam unit, which was on a single car. There was another Adam unit, so I was assisting him so we had a 2-man unit to show up.
Now, when you arrived, what was the first thing you noticed?
There was a female coming out of, or standing next to a door who was very upset.
Was that individual named Angel Austin?
Yes.
Did you make contact with that?
Yes.
And you said that she seemed like she was upset. Describe why you believe that.
She was crying, and she was telling me things that had just occurred.
Now, when you say that she was describing things that had occurred, did she mention that someone else was responsible or involved in that?
Yes.
Did she give a description for what that person looked like?
Yes.
Did you give a description as to whether or not that person was on foot or in a vehicle?
Yes.
Between the on foot or in a vehicle, what did she say?
In a vehicle.
Now, did you get a description of that vehicle?
Yes.
As you were talking with that individual, what happens next?
Another assisting unit that showed up to the location.
What was the name of the officer on that assistant unit?
Officer Jamie Evasion.
Is Bajan spelled B-A-J-E-N?
Yes.
And Jamie, for the record, is J-A-M-I-E.
Yes.
Now, did Officer Bajan stay at that location or leave to another location?
She left that location after the victim gave a description of the possible offender.
At some point, do you leave that location?
Yes.
Why do you leave the location?
Officer Evasion, who was working 2 Green Light 1, was her scout, called out that she had stopped a vehicle of a description that was given by the victim in the area that we were at. She was alone by herself.
So after you heard that information, why did you choose to leave?
By backup because of the severity of the run that we were on, and she was alone.
So did you then drive to the location that Officer Bajan was at?
Yes.
When you arrived at that location, what was the first thing you noticed?
The vehicle matched the description that was given by the victim, and Officer Evasion was standing outside of the door. And there was a black male inside the vehicle in the driver's seat.
What color was that vehicle?
Red.
You indicated that there was a black male in the driver's seat. Was there any other occupant in that vehicle?
No.
Would you recognize the person that was sitting in the driver's seat if you saw them today?
Yes.
And that's going to ask you to look around the room and see whether or not you see that person here today.
May I stand up?
Yes.
I'm located an individual in the courtroom.
Please identify where that person is seated and just pick out an article below.
Individual sitting in the rear of the courtroom. However, his hair is different from the day in question.
So you indicated his hair was different. What was his hair like on the day that this occurred?
His hair was braided tight to his head back.
How is that different from what you see today?
His hair is not braided, and it's more of a standing fro, small fro.
Despite the changes in his hair, how confident do you feel that the person you see today is the same person you saw on May 2nd?
100%.
Did you review any material before testifying today?
Yes.
What material did you review?
My body cam from the day in question this morning, and my report that I written.
After reviewing your body worn camera footage, do you see the defendant in that footage?
Yes.
So when you arrive, do you exit your vehicle?
Yes.
Now, after you exit your vehicle, what's the first thing that you do?
Made contact with Officer Aiden.
And after contact with Officer Agent, do you determine what a next step is?
Yes.
What is the next step?
Well, I was notified by observation that he presented a Michigan ID card and not a valid Michigan driver's license.
And I'm gonna object to your
Understood. Although, actually, Your Honor, may I respond to that? I don't believe that that's used for the truth of the matter asserted. I think I asked him what his plan for next steps are, so I think that goes to the effect of this.
I'll take it with that.
Thank you. Officer Van Meer, did you see the Michigan ID card that was mentioned?
I do not.
Do you have any personal knowledge that only a Michigan ID card was provided?
Yes.
Based on the information that you received from the victim, did you plan for something moving forward?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, that was a bad question. Based on the information that you received from the victim and what you saw, did you feel you could move forward at that point?
Yes.
What did you feel you could move forward with?
My partner and I decided at the time that we were going to pull the individual from the vehicle and detain him based on the fact that he did not provide to my partner a valid Michigan driver's license.
So at that point in time, what do you do?
Bless you.
Bless you.
Me and Corporal Agent opened the door and removed the driver and placed him in handcuffs.
And so when you remove the driver and place him in handcuffs, do you do that yourself or does Officer Beatty do that?
I believe we were both involved in it. I can't exactly remember if my hand was just on the driver or if Corporal Agent's hand was assisting with my own.
Did you advise the defendant that he was under arrest?
No.
But you indicated that at some point the defendant was handcuffs on his person.
Correct.
Did you see those handcuffs on?
I placed it.
Now, after that, what happens next?
The individual was given an outer pat down for his safety and mine. And I was in the process of walking him back to my scout car since he was detained. It was a busy road for our investigation. I was going to place him in the rear of my scout.
As that is occurring, what happens next?
I was walking the individual back to the rear of my scout with my left hand. And then in order for me to unlock my scout car, I need to use my left hand. So as I went to switch hands and grab the key of the scout car, which is, and I keep it in my belt, the offender took off, handcuffed.
Now, when you say that he took off, what exactly was the defendant doing?
He was fleeing the room,
Was he walking, running, or something else?
running.
Now, at the time that he is running, are you giving him any verbal commands?
I believe, yes, stop.
Was he complying with your command to stop?
No,
Was he saying anything to you?
I don't recall that. I don't believe so.
At the point in time that he is running, what are you doing?
Chasing.
Are you chasing him on foot or in a vehicle?
On foot.
Are you walking, running, or something else?
Run.
As you are running after him, does he stop?
No.
Where is Officer Bajan during this time?
From hearing her call over the radio, I'm believing that she is behind me as we are now running in the rear of our location.
Approximately how long are you chasing the defendant?
The first time, I would say, was between 10 and 15 seconds to the rear of the house that he went into.
So the defendant runs to a house. What happens after the defendant runs to a house?
Jumps over a fence with his hands cuffed behind his back.
After he jumps over the fence, what do you do?
I fired one taser round into the,
Did the taser round make contact with the defendant's body?
I believe one dart hit. There was 2 darts that come out. And the first, I don't know if it's like a fact. I know that after I fired the 1 round, he continued running.
And why do you believe that one dart made contact with his body?
In my past experiences of using my taser, 95% when both darts come out of the magazine, it takes full effect of the body and immobilizes and drops the body, drops the individual. And at this time, it did not.
So after you deploy your taser, where is the defendant?
On the other side of the fence, the first fence that he had jumped over.
Is he still moving at this time, or is
Yes.
he stationary?
Still moving.
What kind of fence are we talking
Backyard fence. Steel fence, maybe about 4 to 5 feet high.
Could you see through the fence, or is it okay?
It's a chain link fence, I can see through, yes.
Approximately how tall is the fence?
Say between 3.5, 4.5 feet.
So after he jumps over the fence, what is the next place that he goes?
He continues running east. I finally make it over the fence.
So after you make it over the fence, are you continuing to pursue him?
Yes.
Are you saying anything at this time?
I believe I had lost eye contact.
So at some point, you can no longer see the defendant. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you make contact with the defendant again?
I do.
Approximately how long after this do you make contact with the defendant?
Possibly 2-3 minutes. I was flagged down the next block over that an individual had ran down his driveway.
I object to your saying.
Again, Your Honor, I think it goes to the effect of the listener, how he makes contact with the defendant again.
So, question was, how did you make contact? What was his answer?
His answer was that he was flagged down because he heard that the defendant was, I think he was about to say that the defendant had.
Ran down his driveway.
Yes, to an area.
All right, how, take it for that limited purpose, how would you go about it, so total, why he took the action he took?
Thank you, Your Honor. So about 2 or 3 minutes later, you have more contact with the defendant. Where do you find him?
I don't remember the address. I believe it's in my report. As I was flagged down, I drew my department issue taser for the second time and started making my way down the driveway between the houses.
Now, when you say you drew your taser, is that the same as deploying your taser or something else?
Pulling it from my holster.
So after you pull your taser from your holster, what is the next thing you want to do?
As I'm walking down the driveway, I see the offender in the rear of the backyard jumping over the fence.
Is this the same fence or a different fence from the other?
Different fence, different backyard.
After the defendant jumps over another fence, what do you do?
And then fire my second round, striking the offender.
Now, you indicated that your taser has 2 prongs. Do you know if one, both, or none of those prongs made contact with the defendant's body?
Once I fired my taser into the offender, he continued to head east, but would stand up and fall as I'm holding the trigger on my taser, deploying electricity.
Are you able to catch up to the defendant at that time?
No, I could not make it over the fence.
What happens next?
My partner, I believe, saw the individual on the next block as she made her way around. I can't recall the street, it's in my report.
And I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to object to what his partner saw. Except
This is
for
fine.
hearsay.
Yes, sir. When is the next time that you see the defendant?
After the Michigan State Police canine located the individual.
Approximately how many minutes pass between when you watched him jump over the second fence and when you see him again?
Roughly 10 to 15 minutes.
When you do see the defendant again, what if anything happens?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, when you do see the defendant again, what if anything happens?
What happened after I saw the offender again?
Yes, are you able to detain him again?
Yes. At this time, his hands were in front, his handcuffs were in front of him, not behind.
And do you place those handcuffs on him or does someone else?
I, myself, along with the trooper, uncuffed him from the front and then re-handcuffed him in the back.
And by in the back, do you mean in the back of the scout car?
No, in the back behind his body. He had switched the cuffs from the front, from the back to the front, and then we uncuffed him from the front, and then we cuffed him in the rear.
Do you take the defendant anywhere at that time?
Another unit transported him to the hospital.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If I ask you a question you don't understand, let me know. I'll rephrase it. So at the time, let's start with, you come upon the young lady who's outside of a house, correct?
Yes.
You do not have time to get a full story of what happened, but you do get a description and a vehicle description, fair?
Before the description of the vehicle, she gave me information what had allegedly occurred.
Understood. But it obviously wasn't reduced to writing or anything like that. She gave you kind of the nuts and bolts.
Correct.
You get word that that described car may be stopped. You go and form back, correct?
I received word that my partner, who backed me up, had stopped the vehicle from the description that the victim had gave her. Yes.
That's what I said. So when you get there, your partner has a Michigan State ID card, correct?
According to my partner, yes.
Does the defendant say he has a proper and valid driver's license in the vehicle?
I don't recall having that conversation.
Does he ever direct you to the trunk to find his driver's license?
I do not recall that either.
Is he asking you, why are you putting cuffs on me?
I can't recall that either.
Is he asking you if he's under arrest?
Not gonna lie, ma'am, I don't recall that conversation with him.
So you have no knowledge of, at least if he's just confused as all get out and wondering what on earth you're doing?
In the state of Michigan, ma'am, when you were pulled over,
No. My question was, is he expressing, do you remember any concern on his part as to why he's now in handcuffs?
If he was, I'm pretty positive that I told him that he did not provide a Michigan driver's license.
But you don't remember whether or not he said, I have a valid driver's license, it's in the car.
He didn't present it, no.
Did you give him an opportunity to present it if it was in the trunk?
It's not on this person. If he was asked to provide a Michigan driver's license, he did not. He provided my partner with a state ID. He is required to present a Michigan driver's license upon request. And if he's not, he was pulled out and detained.
And if that driver's license is in the trunk, is he given the opportunity to step out and present it?
At that time, no.
Because he's now in handcuffs and heading to the back of a squad car, correct?
He was detained based on the run that came out, the description, and the fact that he provided a Michigan ID and not a valid Michigan driver's license.
So you think somebody can be cuffed and placed in the back of a squad car and that's for detention, and you don't think a citizen believes they're under arrest?
There's a big difference between being detained and being arrested.
Well,
He
the
wasn't
cuffs
stopped.
aren't fuzzy, sir.
He wasn't stopped for a traffic violation, and he was stopped based on the fact that we received a 911 call. A victim gave out a description for a crime.
Yes, but you told us that you're putting in handcuffs because he provided you with just the ID card. Remember telling us that?
Yes, ma'am, it is an arrestable offense to drive without a driver's license, and he did not provide one upon request.
One second.
Mr. Upshaw, is your case on hold?
I'm asking for the citizen.
That Michigan State ID, now that you have his name, did you ever run that name and determine if he did have a valid license?
None, I don't know.
Did he ask you to?
I don't recall. I didn't make the initial contact with my partner.
And you watched your body worn camera this morning?
I watched mine. I did not watch hers. I don't have access to any other officers but mine. So when she made the initial contact, I don't know what she said to him, and I don't know what he said to her.
Okay, but when you watched your body worn camera this morning, that didn't refresh your recollection as to what my client was or wasn't saying, huh?
I'll be honest with you, I do not recall.
Understood. Thank you. Those are the questions.
Can you read her?
Yes, Your Honor, very brief. Officer Van Meer, do you remember if there was a license plate on that vehicle?
Thank you.
Remember the question, sir?
Officer, you came in contact with Ms. Austin. You said that she was crying, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any injury to her at that time?
Just that she was visibly upset. However, she did say that she was bleeding from a private part.
Did you see any bleeding?
No, sir.
Any questions based on my question?
Oh, Your Honor.
Yes. Did you see any bruises around her neck?
No,
Did you see any bruises to the lower half of her body?
no, not that I could make out. I wasn't checking her for injuries.
No, I appreciate that, but did you see a bloody lip?
No.
I have one question outside of your scope, if I may. I'm succinct, and I appreciate that. Did you look inside the vehicle, sir, the one that you stopped?
Visually from standing at the door. I did not search the vehicle.
Understood. Did you notice any blood in the car?
No, nor was I looking for anything other than looking at the driver.
Understood. Thank you.
Anything else?
Defense counsel just asked you about those injuries. Approximately how long were you speaking with victims?
Maybe 6 to 7 minutes.
Remember the question.
Thank you, sir. You may stay.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses spoken?
Your Honor, I previously indicated there would be only 2 witnesses. However, we do have Officer Bajan outside. I would like to make an offer of proof as to what brief testimony she provided.
Okay.
She will indicate that when she arrived there, the vehicle was initially pulled over because there was no license plate on it, and that the driver handed over a Michigan identification card. If that is
Your witness to that?
No.
This willing to stipulate there was no driver's, no license plate, and that the defendant proffered a state ID instead of the driver's license.
Well, I think what the client would want is her to testify because I believe he told this particular witness that he just bought the vehicle.
How would you get that out? Because that would be hearsay, not off the part of it.
I could ask if there was any attempt to ascertain if there was a valid title, valid license, based on. Did they have a conversation? And based upon that conversation, did she do anything? Yes or no?
She says no.
I'm stuck with the answer.
Before we do that, we take care of Mr. Upshaw.
Of course.
Mr. Upshaw.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Calling case 2356916. Where's your client, Ms. Gosha?
Right behind you.
One minute, lady. Calling case 2356916, people of the state of Michigan versus Malika Ashante Wallace. Defendant is charged in count 1 weapons, firearms, discharge, entering the building. Count 2 felony firearm. Count 3 malicious destruction of personal property, $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000. Count 4 child abuse, 4 through 3. Count 5 malicious destruction of more, but less than $200. Count 6 domestic violence.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tiffany Woods, APA P 86189.
And Randall Upshaw, P number 43574, on behalf of Ms. Malika Wallace, Safety Director.
Malika Wallace.
Is daytime set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
We are not, Your Honor. The complaining witness is not here today. I cannot go forward without the complaining witness.
And we have the request for dismissal without prejudice.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need a dismissal order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we're back on the record on People versus Devon Tyrell Gerard. You ready to call your witness?
Yes, sir. We'll call Officer Jamie Bajan, that's Jamie, last name G as in Victor, AJEN.
One in, officer, please give your name. Well, we just got your spelling. One in. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Voice so nice and loud and speak to that microphone is to your left. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Please restate your name for the record.
Corporal Jamie Bajan.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
Detroit Police Department, 2nd Precinct.
In what capacity are you employed with the Detroit Police Department?
Patrol unit.
Are you a police officer?
Yes.
How long have you been a police officer?
Almost 12 years.
Were you working as a police officer on May 2nd of 2023?
Yes.
Were you assigned to any particular role on May 2nd?
Patrol.
Were you working alone or with a partner?
I was working alone.
Now, when you say patrol, were you on foot or in a vehicle?
In a vehicle.
What kind of vehicle and how was it marked?
I was in a semi-marked police traffic car.
When you say semi-marked, what does that mean?
It doesn't have the light bar on the top, just around the car, but it is marked with Detroit Police on the side.
How were you dressed on that particular day?
Full Class B uniform.
Is that similar to how you're dressed right now?
Yes.
Does that identify you as a police officer?
Yes.
Now, on that particular day in the morning hours, did your duties as an officer take you to the location of 14918 Steel?
Yes.
Is that in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yes.
Why did you go to that location on that particular day?
I went to that room to back up the primary unit.
Did you make contact with an individual on that day by the name of Angel Hall?
Yes.
Approximately how long were you at that location?
I was probably at that location for maybe 1 minute.
What was the reason for going to that location?
I went to the location to get a description of a suspect or suspect vehicle.
Did you get a description of a suspect?
Yes.
Did you get a description of a suspect vehicle?
Yes.
What was that description?
She described the car as an older model red car with no plate. And she said it was a black male with short braids with a green hoodie on, and I don't remember the pants.
Now, after you received that description, did you at some point leave that location?
Yes, I left immediately.
When you left the location, what, if anything, did you do?
I left the location and I went northbound on Myers towards Finkel.
Now, is that still in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yes.
While you were in that area, did you make any observations?
Yes, I saw the vehicle pass my cell car.
What did that vehicle look like?
It was a red, older model sedan, 4-door, no plate, with some writing on the side window.
When you say some writing on the side window, what exactly?
It was, I don't know what it said, but it had something written on the side and some yellow letters. I don't know what it was.
Now, after you observed that, did you see if anyone was in the vehicle?
Yes.
How many occupants were in the vehicle?
There was one male in the vehicle.
Where in the vehicle was that person sitting?
He was the driver.
After you made that observation, what, if anything, did you do next?
I followed the vehicle northbound on Myers, and I notified dispatch that I had observed the vehicle, and I asked for another unit to make my location, and I effected the traffic stop.
Why did you affect the traffic stop at that time?
There was no plate on the vehicle, that was the probable cause to stop the vehicle.
Now, as you affected the traffic stop, did that vehicle pull over?
Yes.
After that vehicle pulled over, what did you do?
I walked up to the car, identified myself, and then I asked him for some paperwork for the vehicle and a Michigan driver's license or state ID card.
Did he provide any paperwork or a Michigan State ID or?
He had no paperwork on him for the car, but he did have a Michigan State ID card.
Did he have a driver's license?
No.
Did he provide the Michigan State ID card to you?
Yes.
Was there a name on that?
Yes.
Do you remember what the name is?
His last name was Gerard, I do not remember his first name.
Would you recognize that person if you saw them today?
Yes.
If you look around the courtroom, do you in fact see that individual today? You say you believe he's in the back. Are you sure, not sure, or somewhere in between?
This doesn't have the braid.
So you said that his hair looks different today than it did on that day. How confident are you that the person sitting in the courtroom is the person that you stopped on that day? Please identify where that individual is seated and pick out an article of clothing they're wearing.
The back row to the right. Sure.
Let the record reflect that it's identified as the
So noted.
Now, after you received that Michigan ID card, did you continue to be the only officer there, or did someone else?
Another officer pulled up.
What was the name of that other officer?
Officer Van Meer.
Now, ultimately, did you make a decision on what to do next with the defendant?
Yes.
What was that decision?
It was to remove him from the vehicle. We do not have a Michigan driver's license. We are going to detain him.
At any point during this process, did he show you a license plate for the vehicle?
No.
Now, did you ultimately have the defendant step out of the car?
Yes.
Did you or did you see him get handcuffs placed on him?
I observed my partner put handcuffs on him.
What happened after the handcuffs were on the defendant?
My partner walked him back to his scout car.
What happens next?
I started putting the subject's articles on top of the car, and then my partner yelled that he was running from the scout car, and I turned around and saw him running, and I called out the pursuit over the radio.
No further questions this time.
When you pull over the vehicle, it's for the no plates, correct?
Yes.
Step one, no plate.
Correct.
Did you ask him for any paperwork regarding the car itself?
Yes.
Did he direct you anywhere, like the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes.
And did you look in the trunk of that vehicle for the paperwork for the car?
No, I did not.
Did he indicate a license maybe in the trunk as well?
I do not recall.
But he did direct you that he just purchased the vehicle and the paperwork was in the trunk.
I do remember him saying the paperwork was in the trunk, but I don't remember if he just purchased it.
Understood. Was any attempt made to ascertain, once you had that ID, did you ever run his name to see if he had that license?
I did not run it at that time.
Did you or your partner in your presence advise him why he was being, in your words, detained by putting him in handcuffs in the back of the squad?
Yes.
Who told him what?
I
Objection,
not.
Your Honor. You're saying.
Did you, I'll rephrase, did you tell him why he was being detained?
I told him he was being detained because he handed me a Michigan State ID card.
No other questions.
Can you hear it?
There.
Thank you, Officer. You missed that. Any other witnesses for me?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense?
Not at preliminary exam.
Your Honor, at this time, I would have the defendant found lower on all charges and I reserve argument for rebuttal.
The defense is going to object to the finding of the judge. What I find interesting is the things we're supposed to be seeing are the things that officers aren't seeing. So the complaining witness in the case, although gave a very long story, I don't know how believable it was. I don't know.
The question is, could a rational trier of fact find that her statement is were believable?
And I appreciate the court's position. I always do. However, when a witness says, I had bruising around my neck, I had bruises all down the side of my body, I had a busted lip, I was bleeding everywhere, and I have an officer indicating, I didn't see any of those. And not that last officer who was there for, a fraction of a second to get a description, but from an officer who was present, and I wrote down how long, 6 to 7 minutes. He did not observe the injuries that are supposed to be open and obvious injuries. This isn't a situation where I'm not asking, did you see the broken ribs? I'm saying, did you see the busted lip? She just told you she had. Officer says, I didn't see it. Did you see all the bruising around her neck? She was choked out, supposedly, repeatedly, woke up being choked. And I appreciate he's not a doctor, but she's saying there are visible injuries to me that an officer said I didn't see. And that officer is a trained professional who is trained at making those observations and, quite frankly, putting them in his report, which is not. And it's not because he didn't see them, because they're not there. And that calls into question the credibility of the young lady. When we have a case where we originally didn't know who raped me, right? She gave a description of the person who raped her. And then later on says, oh yeah, it's the guy I buy weed from. I have problems with her credibility. Why didn't she say that to begin with? He's in her phone. Doesn't tell the officer that. Doesn't tell me she buys weed from him. Had weed that day. I don't know if she had bad weed that day. But I know she has some holes in her credibility. There are holes in this story because there aren't the injuries we're supposed to be perceiving. And for that reason, I'd ask you to dismiss the counts as it relates to the complaining witness. Clearly, the resisting and obstructing is there.
Your Honor, what I'm hearing from defense counsel is an issue of credibility. The fact of the matter is, the defendant witness answered all the questions here today. She indicated what her injuries were. She indicated the experience that she had. She was able to answer all of the questions of what her body was experiencing at the point at which she was choked to the point where she passed out. So I think that from a probable cause standpoint, a rational trier of fact could absolutely find that the defendant did in fact do this. So we more than met our burden with that. Additionally, the officer's statements were, I think, different because they arrived at different times. The fact of the matter is, there was a clear reason for arrest. There was no plate on the vehicle, handed over a Michigan State ID, and the vehicle description matched what the victim said down to the lettering or the yellow writing on the side of the car. By probable cause standard, we met our burden.
Okay, so for this court to find that the complaining witness is not credible, that her testimony is not credible, I would have to find that she made everything up. And it was just a coincidence that the police find this car matching the description with no plate that she just told them about in the same area. And then for some unknown reason, this defendant is jumping gates with handcuffs on and getting tased and still running. What is he running so hard for? Perhaps he's running so hard for the reason that our complaining witness says that he's afraid of her going to the police. He's afraid of her telling on him about what he just did to her, allegedly. I would have to make those kind of mental gymnastics of which I am not willing to. This court finds that the witness's testimony, for the most part, was very credible. Could she be shading some things about her relationship with the defendant and why she didn't tell from the onset? Perhaps. That's plausible. But I do believe her when she says that she was pretty much snatched off the street, forced into a vehicle, choked, and raped, sexually assaulted. The court, after hearing the testimony of her as well as the officers that testified in this matter, satisfied the people have met the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in this complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. It is arraigned on the information dated and time of June 9, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Judge, may we address the bond? I did.
That's fine. Maybe, hold on a second. I was looking for the hidden counties because I was thinking it must be getting point. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I did request a pretrial services review of his bond. Is one present?
There is, because I haven't seen.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, were you
I
asking?
was asking.
Oh, okay, I thought you said it was present. I don't see the precinct's report. I need to step away. Sometimes she can magically there she is.
Reappear, just like that.
You asked not, have not because you asked. We're looking to see if we have a precinct report for Mr. Gerard. Beyond that, Ms. Michelle, anything else?
Judge, just so that the court is clear, I am not seeing any prior record as it relates to the information. He is married with children who are in need of his help. They're being evicted from their home. He is working through DLive to get his CDL license to move both himself and his family forward. These are allegations. You yourself admitted there might be some issues as it relates to credibility in this matter. We're not asking for a personal bond because I know you well enough. But would the court consider a 50,000, 10% bond with a GPS tether or house arrest?
Response, Your
Go ahead.
Honor. Your Honor, the people are objecting to a reduction in bond under both theories that the bond condition exists for. The safety to the public and the flight. The safety to the public, obviously, because the defendant in this case snatched the victim off when she was walking. This was not an instance where they had prior, arrangements to meet up. He grabs her off the street, sexually assaults her, and then attempts to kidnap her. But for her fleeing the vehicle for the second time, so the first time was not successful. That's when he hit her with his car. But the second time, he flees, or she flees, and she's able to get out. He continues to drive off. Then when the police officers arrest him, the defendant was handcuffed and still tried to run, jump over one fence and then another fence, had to have a taser deployed twice just to stop him and get him into custody. People are absolutely objecting under both concerns for bonds to any change in the bond conditions.
The alleged facts in this case are absolutely horrifying. If they are true, that the complaining witnesses walking to a store and was snatched off the street by two men, sexually assaulted in the backseat of the car. And then police encountered the defendant. The defendant breaks away while handcuffed and has to be tased not once, but twice. And I really wish I could see the body on camera because I would love to see him jumping fences and handcuffs. Because I was thinking he was handcuffed in the back, but perhaps he was handcuffed in the front. Because if he's handcuffed in the back and he's jumping fences in the back, he might need to be playing on Sundays instead of sitting in my court. He's able to do some stuff like that. But in any event, the court, for the protection of the community as well as the potential flight risk that this defendant may pose, is going to continue to run.
Judge, will you order a pretrial services review?
Do we have one?
I don't see.
Okay, I'll refer.
And lastly, Judge, we did request last time, if the officer at charge would be here, unfortunately, they're not. we wanted to clarify whether or not all the testing was done on the vehicle. Because according to the client, in that vehicle are some of his possessions that his family definitely needs that have nothing to do with the case. With prosecution acquiesced to at least allowing a third party to pick up the property inside the vehicle.
I'll leave that up to you and the prosecution to work those details out.
Understood.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm seeing.
Am I free to eat now?
Yeah. You want to go downstairs?
Yes, please. She'll come downstairs to sleep. I wouldn't suggest you do that. I wouldn't suggest you do that.
Just one. More, was he handcuffed in the front when he was jumping fences?
No, he was cuffed in back.
He was handcuffed in the back jumping fences?
Yes.
Clearly, yes,
He needs to be playing on Sundays.
I agree, Judge.
Wow.
Well, and I didn't ask that second fence, according to the report, 6 feet
He jumped a 6-foot fence and handcuffs?
in the back.
In the back.
In the back.
That's amazing.
Thank you for your patience today. I'm sorry that took longer than planned. Hope you all have a great weekend. Huh? Yes.
Judge,
Yes.
do you agree? Excellent. You did an
Oh,
excellent.
yeah, she's trained her well. She was one of my first APAs.
There, no one present.
Very good.
Well, no offense to anybody, sometimes younger APAs are not quite as spot on. Very.
Such as yourself.
Oh,
Excellent job as well.
well, you can only do what you can do.
I threw you a bone to catch me.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, you can pick up the guy. It's up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay.
Mr. Upshaw, always good to see you, sir.
It's always a pleasure, Your Honor.
How you been doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Good.
Still in that search.
Right? Somebody, talk to somebody who tells you that whole.
Yeah, but you know, I met a young man and, all these young guys think they can walk out and do their own thing. They want to come in as I work for you for one day and run over here for one day. In my opinion, if you want to avoid a whole lot of errors, you have to sit down for at least 2 or 3 years under tutelage. You just don't realize how much malpractice you're committing.
I know, because I started out there like that. Had no idea that I was a walking malpractice. So, yes.
So I had a real nice young man the other day, he wanted to kind of specialize, and he knew I did real estate, but he wanted to specialize solely in real estate. I said, I got that kind. So like I said, Judge, you see somebody that you have a bright eye for, you think that, give them my card, please.
Okay, we'll do.
All right.
Stay safe.
Tell him to come back. Tell him to come back.
I
know I got a check saying the building was closing at 2:30.
Closing at 2:30? Yeah. I guess we're coming back at 2. Let's come back at 2.
All right. Enjoy.
Get this one, so you'll be done.
Yep.
Just a minute.
Yep. Still got the last case anyway, though. Yeah, that's the
That
case.
person out, right? The
1:30.
last one in too.
Yeah. I'm doing a cake now. Something like that. This is the last part. Did they say he's trying to jump the fence with that line of fire?
See you guys in two.
Okay.
He was so proud.
And this is our equipment, that's key. So I'm supposed to be this more comparison, how we do that particular case. Okay, so they have fixed that problem. So now we apply for your history or job or whatever, it should be seen. It should be because, once we correct things, we send it to the Michigan State Police who update the system. And, from what I'm being told, your stuff is taken care of, shouldn't have any problem. And that came up. It should be taken care of. Okay. You are. All right. Did you eat? I had chips and pop.
Yeah, I had a banana.
I have to figure out eat once, get off, get home.
That's what I do too. I just get a snack and stuff, to hold me off. Cause who wants to rush it up and eat, you know? It's nice and cool in the day.
It started cooling off from around 10 o'clock, it started cooling off.
All right, you been outside yet?
No,
I knew it was gonna be that one.
Judge King, hey. And so I called him and he said he was trying to get apply for gun license. And that was showing up. Yeah, I told him, I said it has been taken care of, so you shouldn't have that issue anymore. Ace. This, yeah, that's when oh yeah, when they that attempted and stuff, we're supposed to go there and yeah. All right. All right. Oh, somebody on the floor? That's okay. Judge King. Case. So all I can tell you, that case, that's the correct case. That, okay. Okay, well, straight. and 36 for the TH District Court docket. Ms. Reynolds, who am I speaking to? They need to be like the TH. Make sure your phone number. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'll tell them. Start up till 2. Want me to tell them? Yeah. Tell them we don't start back up till 2.
Just wanted to know if we were going at 2 o'clock because the email said everyone was leaving at 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, we not.
You have to stay.
No, the chief just said, everybody can leave at 2 today because of the Grand Prix. But we got cases, so, and just leave.
Why didn't you take this one? Just when you show. Okay.
Hello,
How's it going?
it's going.
Well,
Nice and warm out.
it's real warm out. Have you been out there now?
No.
Oh, it's not.
What's your first name?
Natalie?
Natalie Phelps.
That's right. This way the swamp takes you on, cut you guys loose for the weekend.
I mean,
My understanding is two, but I'm not sure. I think she has more people here than that, so. Sounds like two. Could be more.
you talked to your client today?
Yeah, he's in custody.
One is all over there. Try to charge it before the case.
I know, I might do that.
That's for sure. She just handed it to me. I was gonna see. Yeah. So, that's the guy. Yeah, okay. Would you mind making copies of this? Oh, yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. WILMOTH. No you, no you, not real mouth. Yeah, okay. My officer in charge is here. What you only need is a one copy? Just one, please. And this is a. How many, wait, this is?
6.
6.
I'm joking, I don't know.
You say in here. Okay, you want to? Out on that other side? There's no out.
It's the only one over there.
Huh?
That's the only one.
Just kind of want to. Here. Sounds like it was. Oh, so I think it's more. Password, yes.
Nice and warm up there, Judge. Nice and warm up there. Or shorts in today. It's quick. Called the guy up, thought also.
Hey,
They put us in you got decided.
That was the order of.
Yeah, okay.
So I wasn't sure about that, but I was like,
Yeah.
Wait on the.
Yeah. What's that? What's your name? Cody Green. Lecture.
Calling case. Calling case 2356709, people of the state of Michigan versus Cody Jamarcus Dreher. Defendant is charged in count 1, child sexually abusive activity. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Erin Coleman, P82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Services, Troy Finale, Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Mr. Cody Dreher, who is present in the courtroom. Mr. Dreher, can you please state your name for the record?
Cody Jamarcus Dreher.
Thank you.
Today is the date, time, set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
People are prepared to proceed, Your Honor. We would ask for a mutual order of sequestration with the. I was going to ask for an exception for our officer in charge, Officer Buchanan. There she is walking in.
In Your Honor, just for the record, I would object to the exception for the officer in charge.
Can you take a reason why you're objecting?
Just, Your Honor, I'm not sure if she's going to testify at any point. That's exactly what you could say. But if she were to testify in the future, you know, she would be.
I can't hear you. Tell me no.
I said, just if she's going to testify in the future, even also she may be able to change her testimony based on what she heard today. So I just make an objection.
The objections, no rules.
Your Honor, we do have a victim advocate present for the mother of the complainant here. We would ask that she allows to be in the courtroom while our witness testifies. The mother of the complainant. The complainant in this case is 4 years old.
Okay.
So our witness is actually the mother of the complainant. And I did bring an advocate for her to.
You have any objections to that?
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
How many witnesses do you have?
I believe just one at this time, Judge.
Ready to call your witness?
I am. The people call Ebony Dreher.
Your Honor, I guess I'm sorry, just quickly for the record too, if you could just make a note for the YouTube audience too, just about the, I'm sorry, if you could just make a note also for the YouTube audience, just about the sequestration for her.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube, when you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. Please step forward now. Never name. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay. Please have a seat up here in the witness stand. Okay, folks. I had no idea who your witness was until she walked into the courtroom. I have to make a disclosure to you. I do know this witness. In fact, this witness was an employee here at 36 Fisher Court, but she's still not an employee here at 36 Fisher Court. I don't know her child, but I do know her. But yet still, I think just about all of the judges here know who this young lady is. I, for one, I can only speak for myself. I would not have this issue going forward. I think I can remain objective. Not knowing the facts of this case or anything like that, but do any of you have an objection about me staying on this case and going forward?
No objection from the people.
Your Honor, I think I do need to object, just because some of what will happen today is about her credibility, I guess. Maybe I could just have a moment, to think that about that outside real quick and speak with my client. Thank you. Judge, I don't know if you want to like go on YouTube or anything for this, but I'm wondering, if I could just hear a little bit more about the context and what, you know, you interacted with her.
I just know she's an employee, but I have no
She didn't
relationship
work in
with
this
her. She's never worked in this courtroom that I'm aware of.
Okay,
In fact, I don't know where in the court she's worked. I think the only time I've seen her is in court come together for like Christmas parties and stuff like that. I don't have any personal relationship with her, or if the other witness is a child, I'm not sure. I don't know her children or anything like that.
okay, I guess I have one quick moment.
Sure. Yes.
But, I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Greer. He's comfortable with moving forward. I discussed it with him, kind of the issue of duties.
All right, and just again, so you know, in fact, I didn't even recognize the name. But when she walked in the courtroom, I put two and two together. I just know her by first name. And like I said, I don't even know if she still works with the court. But one time she did.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Can you please state your name again for the record? Evan Dreher. How old are you, Ms. Dreher? 39. Do you have any children? Yes. Can you tell me the names of your children? Raheem, Zuri, and Muriel. I'm sorry, what was the first name? Raheem. Raheem? Yes. What is Raheem's date of birth? April 27, 2008. And then the second child that you named? Yes, Zuri. Zuri? Yes. How do you spell that? Zuri. What is Zuri's date of birth? May 6, 2001. And then you said Muriel. Can you spell Muriel for me? Mirielle. What is Muriel's date of birth? July 29, 2018. So she's 4 years old? Yes. Are you married? Yes. What is the name of your spouse? Cody Dreher. How long have you been married to Cody Dreher? Since July 1st, 2022. How long have you known Cody Dreher in total amount of years?
almost 3 years.
Were you in a dating relationship for that entire 3 years?
Yes,
Do you reside in the same house as Mr. Traer?
yes.
Where is that house located? What is the address, please?
18460 Detroit.
And do you see your husband by the name of Cody Traer in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to that individual and describe something that they're wearing?
Yeah, a green top, purple wristband.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant, Cody Traer.
So no,
Is Mr. Traer Mary L's father?
No.
Do you know how old Mr. Traer is?
Yes.
How old is Mr. Traer?
31.
I want to direct your attention back to April 30th of this year, 2023. Did something happen that would cause you to have to come to court today?
Yes.
Where were you at when something happened?
I don't know.
Your home on Avon Street?
Yes.
Do you recall what time of day it was? Morning, afternoon, night, something different?
Morning.
So tell me, what's the first thing you remember about the morning of April 30th of 2023?
I woke up and not too long after I went to my husband's home.
So you woke up. Where are you sleeping?
In our bed.
When you say "are," who's "are"?
My husband and I.
Your husband, Cody? So you're sleeping in your bed, is that in your bedroom then, I assume?
Yes.
Where is your bedroom located in the house?
Upstairs.
Is this a 2-level house?
3 levels.
So what level is your bedroom located at?
The 3rd.
So you wake up, where's your husband, Cody?
Lying next to me.
Do you notice if he is awake, sleeping, something different?
He's asleep.
Where was your husband's phone?
In his home.
So tell me what you do. You see the phone there. What do you do?
I entered his password and I went to his photos.
So you went into the photos. Now, was there a reason that you wanted to look in Mr. Dreer's phone that day?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Since that Thursday prior to, my husband was like distant from me, like physically distant, mentally distant. And it just, it's like this feeling like something was possibly wrong.
So I'm gonna stop you there. You said the Thursday prior, did I get that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week April 30th of 2023 was?
Sunday.
Okay, any other reason? So you felt some distance, any other reason that you were looking in his phone?
Was the distance, and just the feeling I had, the feeling I had something went wrong.
So you mentioned that you had your husband's password.
Yes.
Did you guys share passwords with each other?
Yes.
So you go in the phone, you said you go to the photos. Tell me what you see.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to a description of the photos. I think the best evidence.
sustained.
Okay, but do you see something in the photos that grabs your attention?
Yes.
Do you look through the entire photo album, some of the photo album?
Just like the first few photos and videos.
Do you remember how many photographs caught your attention?
Five photos.
Did any videos catch your attention?
Yes.
Do you remember how many videos caught your attention?
3.
So these catch your attention. Do you do anything with these photos and videos?
Yes.
What do you do?
I share them to my phone.
How did you share them to your phone?
Like I said, the post and the text message.
Okay, so you, and did you have to do that individually for each photograph and video?
I can't remember if I did it as a group or individually.
Because you know they have sometimes the airdrops and things like that, so you had to physically send them to yourself?
I may have your doctor, but I can't remember.
So after you did that, what do you do next?
I began, see, so I have to go through it. Do that one.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 1 through 8. May I coach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibits 1 through 8. Can you please look through each of these, and then I'm going to go through them one by one. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize these?
The manual, there, it's my husband and my brother.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you what's been first marked as people's proposed exhibit 1. What is this?
Picture of my phone.
Okay, that's your Apple ID there?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate depiction of what your phone looks like in the settings?
Yes.
Move to admit equals 1.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I mean, no objection for today's purpose. I'm not really sure the relevance of that is necessary, but I don't.
Thank you, and then this is People's 2. Can you tell me what that is?
Still my phone.
Okay, is this just in the general area of your phone?
Yes.
Okay, and this is your actual phone?
Yes.
Same phone that you sent the videos and pictures?
Yes.
This is a true and accurate depiction of what your phone looks like?
Yes.
You move to admit People's 2.
Any objection? Admitted.
And then People's 3, can you tell me what that is?
Still my phone.
Again, your phone, no changes to this. This is a true and accurate depiction of what your phone looks like?
Yes.
Move to admit People's 3.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I guess just a little bit more foundation on the last one on just what, it's her phone, but is there something on it? I'm not sure how to distinguish them for the record later.
Okay, is this showing, the general area of your phone? The network, information, settings?
Yes,
Is that what your phone looks like?
yes,
There's no changes or anything different here?
no,
Sufficient?
No objection.
And then,
To show you what's been marked as people's proposed for, can you tell me what that is? Do you recognize it?
yes.
Okay, what is this?
That's up to you, my husband is work.
Okay, and you said your daughter, you mentioned several children. What daughter is this?
My youngest daughter,
And then who is this person?
my husband,
Is this one of the photos you testified about earlier?
yes,
That you found on April 30th of 2023?
yes,
It's a true and accurate depiction of the photo that you did find in your husband's phone on that date?
yes,
You to admit equals 4.
any objection?
No,
And then,
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 5. Can you tell me what that is?
another trophy with my husband and his birth,
And that youngest daughter, Marielle, for the record?
yes,
Okay. Can you tell what room in this house that picture's being taken?
our living room,
Is this one of the photos that you found in your husband's phone on April 30th of 2023?
yes,
Is this accurate as to what you saw in his phone? Any true and accurate depiction?
yes,
Move to admit equals 5.
objection.
admitted,
Showing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 6. Can you tell me what is in this photo?
a picture of my husband, James.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to, I guess I'll let her try to
Yeah,
lay the foundation.
I'm so going.
Sorry.
Okay. Is there a reason that you recognize this as being your husband?
Yes,
Can you tell me what that is?
like everything,
So do you recognize the pants that are being worn in this photograph?
yes,
Do you recognize those as being pants that are worn by your husband?
yes,
And is there anything else that you recognize in this photo?
the couch, and, but this.
Do you recognize the couch as being your couch?
Yes,
Do any other grown men live in your house?
no,
And is this is this one of the photographs you found in your husband's phone on April 30th of 2023?
yes,
Is this a true and accurate depiction of a photograph that you found in his phone on April 30th, 2023?
yes,
I would move to admit equals 6.
Your Honor, I guess I would just object to the foundation of her being able to lay the foundation of scale to and
that goes to what we actually attribute to this.
okay.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 7. Do you recognize this one? Is this another one of the, you said 5 photos that you saw on your husband's phone on April 30th of 2023?
yes,
Are you able to identify what this is in the photograph?
yes.
What is it?
Covered with strawberries.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Still his genitals covered with his strawberries, covered by the strawberries.
Are these the same joggers that your husband was wearing in proposed exhibit 6?
Yes,
What about that couch?
same couch.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of one of the 5 photos that you found in your husband's phone on April 30th?
Yes,
Move to admit equals 7.
Your Honors, I would object again for the record, just for that.
Goes to its disability, not necessarily, so, crossing.
Understood.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 8. Do you recognize this? Yes. And can you tell me what we're seeing in this photo? It was, my husband's genital was covered by his joggers. And let me ask. Covered by his joggers.
Covered by his joggers. Okay. Are those the same joggers that your husband is wearing in people 6 and 7?
Yes.
Now, did these photos have dates on them?
Yes.
Do you remember what the dates on the photos were?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object, for speculation.
Sustain the photos speak for themselves. Photos that you're getting have the dates on them.
No, they don't.
And how was the date fixed to the photo? How do you know what date?
Well,
it was?
these are screenshots. Because she personally observed the date on the photo when she looked into the phone.
So I guess her argument of the objection would be that it violates best evidence. She said that she forwarded those photos to her own phone. She can tell us what date her phone displays the date that she did that on.
Well,
It
Your
also
Honor,
display a date.
sure, but my argument would be, she goes in the phone, sees these photographs in the photos album, which have dates on them, and then she forwarded them to herself.
Right.
She personally has observed the date of the photo when she sent it to
She's
herself.
telling us what she saw.
Right,
Best evidence would be the phone itself.
okay, I mean, I have the officer here, I can put him on. Okay, and is this a true and accurate depiction of one of the photos that you found in your husband's phone on April 30th, 2023?
Yes.
Lieutenant Peoples 8.
Any objection?
Your Honor, just the same foundation objection, Your Honor.
I do.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Now, those photographs that I showed you, the 5 photographs that we had, can you tell me when you located those in the phone, were they in a specific order to your recollection?
Yes.
Can you tell me what order they were in?
The first 2 photos were the pictures of the selfies of my husband and Johannesburg.
Okay, so that would be people's, I believe, 4 and 5?
Yeah.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I would also object to the testimony of the order. I think would also, I would make the best evidence rule objection for that as well. I think the phone and the metadata would be the best evidence of what order they actually were.
You say you do have the phone?
Well, I do have the phone guy here, but the issue which to be explored through the officer who did the phone extraction was there was an inability to get into the defendant's phone, so we had to rely on the mother's phone extraction from her sending the pictures and videos to herself. So that is why I'm approaching it this way. His phone isn't going to tell us anything. I mean, if she personally observed them in an order in the phone, that's all it's going to.
So that's not describing the content of the message or anything like that. So it's a little different. So I'll leave that objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to backtrack and say the 2 selfies were the first 2 that you saw.
Yeah.
What was the next photograph that you saw?
There was 3 photographs of my husband's genitals.
Now, when you're looking through these, are there any videos intertwined in those photographs? Meaning selfie, then you see a video.
No,
Okay, so all the photographs, you saw them in that order.
yes,
So you mentioned 3 videos,
yes,
is that correct? Okay. So I want to ask you, as far as the videos, did you see those 3 videos before the photographs or after the photographs?
after,
Now, prior to coming into court and testifying today, did I show you 3 videos?
yes,
Had you seen those videos before?
yes,
How was it that you saw those videos before?
I saw the videos on my phone.
You mentioned sending yourself some videos on April 30th, 2023. Were those 3 videos that you were shown, the 3 videos that you sent yourself?
Yes,
I don't want to interrupt Judge, but if she's getting ready to pay those, we might want to go on.
Oh, I'm not publishing them. I was just gonna approach if you want to approach with me.
Sure.
I'm just getting it situated. So I am going to, Judge, may I approach the witness with what's been marked as proposed 9?
May,
Sorry, I have to get crafty here. I'm going to show you if you can take one. That's not doing that. So I'm showing you a cross portion of People's Proposed Exhibit 9. Do you recognize that? Is this one of the videos I showed you prior to testifying today?
yes,
Did you watch this video in its entirety when I showed you?
yes,
And when I showed you the video in its entirety, were there any additions, deletions, anything different about the video today when you saw it from when you saw it on April 30th of 2023?
no,
As accurate as you remember it.
yes,
And this is one of the videos you discovered in your husband's phone on April 30th of 2023.
yes,
Move to admit equals 9.
any objection?
Your Honor, I would object just for the foundation, for what's in the video. I think that in order to lay the foundation, I imagine she's admitting it for the contents of the video, right? Not that it's just that it's found, I think the contents are what the foundation is.
So I think she means the people, maybe the, so I'll ask a few additional questions. Okay, so who is that on the screen?
my husband,
And I'm just going to, for the record, fast forward it up to 0.07 seconds. Do you see someone else now in that picture?
yes,
Who is that in the picture?
my youngest daughter,
That's Marielle.
yes,
Do you recognize this background?
yes,
What is that?
the blind, so,
Okay, do you recognize the room that this is in?
yes,
What room?
I live in,
And that's in the house you live in Detroit?
yes,
I will now move to admit people 9.
Admitted?
Do you want to publish all, should I go through all 3? Yeah, but I just covered it that way. Well, I have this up. Permission to approach and publish. I'm gonna do this, Judge. Here's a mouse. You just push play. I like to use the mouse. Again. Thank you, Judge. Okay. I'm going to show you a paused portion of Equals Proposed 10. And do you recognize the people in this video?
Yes,
Who do you recognize in this video?
my husband and my for.
And is, can you tell what room they are in? Are those the same lines in the background as People's Proposed Exhibit 9? Or I'm sorry, Admitted Exhibit 9?
Yes,
And did you watch this video in its entirety prior to testifying in court today?
yes,
And when you watched the video in its entirety, were there any additions, deletions, anything that was inaccurate about what you saw on April 30th, 2023?
nothing.
It's accurate as it's depicted in?
Yes.
Okay, move to admit People's 10.
Any objection?
Just one more time. And Judge, I'm going to show you what lastly was remarked as People's Proposed 11. Bear with me here. Okay, so I'm pausing, it's at just 0.01. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you recognize in this video?
My daughter, saying, and the table and my husband's.
Okay, so what's this yellow thing on the table?
Right, not mine.
Okay, and do you recognize this room?
Yes,
What room is this?
I live alone.
Is this one of the videos that you found in your husband's phone on April 30th of 2023?
Yes,
And did you watch this video in its entirety?
yes,
And was it accurate as recorded?
yes,
Any deletions, additions, changes made to this video since you had seen it on
April 30th of 2023?
No,
Lieutenant equals 11.
You did?
And permission to publish. Yes. That's it. You want to watch it again? Now, let's get back here and get situated. So you testified earlier as to how you observed the photographs in your husband's phone.
yes,
Do you recall that testimony?
yes,
And when you observed these videos, did you observe them in a particular order?
yes.
Can you tell me what order you observed them in?
The first video was a video of my daughter running to my husband. And the second video was my daughter.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to the description of the videos. Could we use the numbers instead? Just because she's describing the content, but I think it's kind of a lay opinion of
Come on,
what's
some videos
happening.
that have already been getting.
Yes, yeah. So just because she's kind of giving her opinion of what she's seeing in there with the, especially the first description she gave of the jump rope dropping and then where the daughter, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily what the video shows, so for kind of opining as to that, I think would be inadmissible. As lay opinion.
So let me ask you this. There is a photograph where you see your daughter, the popcorn bag, and the jump rope. Remember that video?
Yes,
In what order did you see that video?
from my phone or from,
When you saw it in your husband's phone?
that was the first video.
So then we had two other videos. One of them was People's Admitted 9, I believe. And one was People's Admitted Exhibit 10. One was shorter than the other, video-wise,
Yes,
correct? And People's Exhibit 9 was the shorter one.
yes.
What order did you find that video?
That video was second.
Okay, and then the longer video, where your daughter's talking a lot, that was in third order?
Yes, that was the last video.
Now, I want to ask you, after you went to the bathroom and you felt sick, what did you do next?
I went back upstairs to talk to my husband.
Did you talk to him?
Yes,
Can you tell me about that conversation? How long was it?
maybe 5 minutes.
Do you recall if he said anything to you during that conversation about what you had seen in his phone?
Yes,
Tell me about that.
he told me, I know what it looks like, but it's not what you think.
After your conversation with your husband, what do you do?
I went back downstairs, I sat down in the bedroom.
Okay. And do you end up going anywhere else after that?
I mean, yes, eventually, yes.
Where do you go?
I went to the police station.
About how much time had passed between when you talked to your husband about what you saw and going to the police station? Was it the same day or a different day?
Same day.
Now, you had testified that the time transpired in the morning. Do you remember what time of day you went to the police?
Like between 10 and 11.
In the morning?
in the morning.
Do you recall what police station you went to?
The 6th precinct.
Can you tell me why you decided to go to the police?
Because I was disturbed by what I saw.
So when you get to the police station, what do? Do you talk to someone?
Yes,
Do you remember the name of the officer who you spoke with?
no,
Did you show that officer what you had found in your husband's phone?
yes,
What happens next?
they haven't found the police report.
And after filing a police report, do you end up getting contacted by another officer?
Yes,
Do you remember the name of that officer?
Officer Buchanan.
Do you see her in the courtroom?
Yes,
So when Officer Buchanan contacts you, was there, just generally, without saying what she said, was there something that you were supposed to do? Or that she was requesting that you do?
yes,
What was the request? Did you have to go somewhere?
yes,
Where did you go?
the kids look.
Did you provide a written statement to Officer Buchanan?
Yes,
And when you say you went to Kids Talk, who went with Kids? Did anybody go to Kids Talk with you?
yes,
Who went to Kids Talk with you?
my youngest daughter.
That would be Mariel.
Yes,
Did you fully cooperate with the police investigation?
yes,
Did you provide your cell phone to the police?
yes,
What was the purpose of providing your cell phone to the police, if you know?
for them to retrieve evidence.
Did the police have your phone for a certain period of time?
Yes,
How long did they have your phone?
2 to 3 days.
Now, in those videos, did you recognize the clothing that Muriel was wearing?
Yes,
And had you seen her wearing that particular outfit anytime recently? From the time that you found the photos?
just from that Thursday, yes,
You remember her wearing that outfit that Thursday?
yes,
And when you say that Thursday, is that the Thursday directly prior to April 30th or something different?
directly prior to April 27th.
Do you know if anybody else was home on April 27th of 2023?
Yes, my oldest daughter, Zuri,
And how old was she again?
she's 14.
Did you have to go out somewhere on April 27th of 2023?
Yes,
Where did you have to go?
to a viewing.
And when you say a viewing, did somebody pass away?
Yes,
Did your husband go with you to that viewing?
no,
Did Marielle go with you to that viewing?
no,
Did your 14-year-old daughter go with you to that viewing?
no,
So when you went to that viewing on April 27th of 2023, who was initially responsible for watching Marielle?
my oldest daughter.
Why was your oldest daughter responsible and not your husband?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Usually if I do have to run out for a second, it's usually my oldest 2 children.
Okay, do you recall when you were going to that viewing that day, if your husband had somewhere he needed to be?
Yes,
And, do you recall where that was?
yes, he had to go and play.
I'm gonna object to this is hearsay. This would have
What's
been,
the statement?
she would have, somebody would have kind of told her that she needed to be somewhere.
Maybe the defendant told you, which would be a hearsay.
Well, I maybe we need a foundation for that.
Okay, how did you, you said that you had knowledge that your husband was supposed to go to church. How did you know that your husband was supposed to go to church?
My husband told me prior to that he has to go away at the conference.
And did you ask your husband if he did in fact go to church that day?
No, I didn't.
Did you know if he went to church that day?
I'm not sure. I know he left to go, but I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure that he meant, but that just wasn't a conversation I had with him.
Oh, thank you. Just want to ask you a few more questions. Have you spoken to your husband since April 30th of 2023?
Yes.
How is it that you are communicating with your husband?
When he calls and when, like, the virtual visits are set.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. When he calls and what?
When he calls and when virtual visits are set up.
Here, I'm gonna object to relevance.
I'm just waiting on some things to discuss the case.
Sounds relevant.
So when you say, so telephone calls and then they have the video chats, am I getting that right?
Yes.
Like where you can see each other?
Yes.
Are there also like text messages?
Yes. I can't send them out, but yeah, I receive text messages.
And have you been talking to him pretty consistently since April 30th of 2023?
Yes.
And have you discussed the allegations in the present case?
Fred, I asked and answered.
Have you discussed this case?
Somewhat, with like not to his entirety.
That's all I have right now. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross examine.
Thank you, Judge.
Mrs. Drayer, I just have a couple of questions for you, okay? If you don't understand any of my questions, and you ask me to rephrase, is that okay?
Yes.
So you indicated that you went through your husband's phone, correct?
Correct.
And you saw these videos and these photos that have been admitted into evidence and we've already reviewed today, correct?
Yes.
And then you forwarded them to yourself, is that right?
Yes.
And did you indicated that was either through iMessage or AirCloud, or, I'm sorry, what is it called? So you thought it might have been an iMessage, is that correct? And the other one was AirDrop, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so the way that you sent these images to yourself, you did that with your phone or with his phone, right?
Yes.
By sending a message to your phone.
Yes.
And you indicated that you thought that that was either a text message, or these are iPhones, is that correct?
Yes.
And so it could have been an iMessage?
Yes.
Okay, or it was an AirDrop?
Yes.
Are those the only methods that it could have been?
Yes.
Okay, it wouldn't have been an email or something like that?
No.
And you indicated that you were not home on the 27th, right? You went to a funeral?
A viewing.
A viewing. Okay. And just to be clear, you didn't witness these images being taken?
No.
And you didn't see what happened immediately before or immediately after any of these images were taken?
No.
Okay. And you don't know who took these images? I mean, I don't want you to guess based on what you're seeing there, but you didn't see anybody actually take these photos. Is my question.
Right, I wasn't there when they were taken. No.
And so you testified about the order that you observed the photos in, correct?
Yes.
But again, as you testified, you You didn't see him taken in that order, correct?
Right, I wasn't there when it was done.
That was just the order that you looked at them in?
That's the order that they were in the phone, yeah.
And the same for the video, right? You didn't see what order they were recorded in?
Right. I
That-
wasn't there.
Okay, so the order that you indicate on the record is just how you remember seeing them when you saw them for the first time? Okay. How many times have you observed these since that first time?
It's been a few times.
Okay, so there was the first time when you saw them, right, that first morning?
Yes.
Did you observe them at all again before you took them to the police that morning?
Yes.
And when you observed them again, did you observe them on his phone, or was that the copies on your phone?
Copies on my phone.
Is it fair to say that you only observed them on his phone one time?
No,
Okay, so you observed them on his phone another time?
just during that time period, like that morning.
Okay, so before you went to the police,
Yes.
you saw them on his phone again. Was it just one more time, or was there multiple times?
There was multiple times.
You know how many times?
I just know it was definitely like multiple times.
Okay, and was that, you were looking at them yourself, privately, just you on the phone, or were the two of you looking at them together?
I was looking at them myself, and then when I was talking to him about the pictures and videos.
Okay, so before you notified him that you'd seen them, you looked at them a few times on
Yes.
your own, okay?
Yes.
And so you don't know how many times at that point before you approached him about it? And then after you went to the police, did you observe them more times after that?
Yes.
Do you know how many times after that?
It was quite a few times.
And when you say that, are you talking about observing them on your own, or was a police officer or the prosecutor or some the prosecutor's office looking at them with you?
It was someone, at a police station. During kids talk, and after that, it was,
And when you say during kids talk, that's when you went to meet with somebody when the kids talk was taking place, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, not while your daughter was interviewed by somebody else?
No.
Or like not in the room during that process? Okay.
No.
When you observe these on the phone, I'm sorry, you indicated that the clothing that Muriel was wearing in the images, that you recognize that?
Yes.
And you indicated that she was wearing it on the 27th, right?
Yes.
Okay. And were there other days when she's worn that outfit? It wasn't a new outfit, was it?
Right, it wasn't a new outfit.
So she's worn that before.
And it's not necessarily outfit, it was just kind of something put together, the top and bottom.
Okay.
I can't really say, I'm not sure.
No problem. So when you saw these videos and the images, you became pretty upset right away, right?
Upset, dishonor,
Right, you indicated you got sick to your stomach, okay. And, okay, and you had to use the bathroom because of that?
yes.
you're pregnant right now, right?
Yes,
And do you get morning sickness and things like that too?
not anymore.
I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you said that you've been in constant contact with your husband, who's been in contact with the Wayne County Jail, is that right?
Yes,
When these images were brought to your attention, and you saw this, you were, needless to say, you were disturbed by them, is that right? Fair to
Yes.
say? And you said that he said it's not what you think. Is that right?
yes,
Did he try to explain to you what happened here?
briefly, yes.
Briefly, what did he say?
He told me just, he said just to let you know I wasn't sending the pictures of myself to anyone. And he said, I know it looks bad, but it's not what you think. And then I asked him, like, what was that?
What did you ask him?
I asked him what was going through his mind, why was my daughter on his lap, while he was erased. And I asked him why didn't he remove her from him, or why didn't he remove himself from the living room being in that state?
What did he say?
And I told him that he could have did that, or came to me and told me, like, just need to let you know what took place. And he just said, you're right.
He said what?
He said, you're right. I should have done that. And when I went down in the dining room, like a few minutes later, he asked me if I could come upstairs, but I just was fucking shocked. Like, I didn't move.
That explanation was satisfactory to you?
No.
How long had you been married?
Since July 1st, 2022.
Just got married last year, not even a year yet.
Correct.
And you're pregnant with this child now, right?
Yes.
Any questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor. Just a few, Judge. Mrs. Dreyer, when you said that he said to you, it's not what it looks like, there were photos in there just of the erection by itself, correct?
Correct.
And did he indicate that he was referring to that at all about it's not what it looks like? I'm sorry, you can answer it, I can clarify that.
I don't understand the question.
Okay, my question is, so you indicated it's not, he said it's not what it looks like. And he said he didn't send the pictures of to anybody. Was he referring to the pictures of the erection?
Yeah, he said just to let you know, I didn't send those pictures of myself to anyone.
Okay, because he thought, it sounds like, and correct me if you're wrong, that you were worried he was sending pictures of his genitalia to someone else.
That was the least of my worries.
Right, okay. And so for completeness, in the conversation that you had with him, he also told you that after the video with the erection, that he had a conversation with Muriel about not touching men like that, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I just have a quick follow-up question. Did your husband tell you he had that conversation with Muriel?
Yes.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
No.
All right, thank you, Ms. Steph. Yes, sir. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense?
Not today, thank you, Judge.
People.
Your Honor, people do move for bind over at this time. Mr. Dreher is charged with 1 count of child sexual abuse activity and 1 count of criminal sexual conduct in the 2nd degree. We heard testimony from Ebony Dreher today, who is the wife of Mr. Dreher. She testified that her husband is 31 years old. They've been married for not quite even a year yet. And that she has a daughter, Marielle, who is 4 years old. They all reside in the same home together. Mr. Dreher is not the biological father of Marielle. And we heard some testimony about Ms. Dreher going through her husband's phone. What I think is important to take from the testimony and the admitted exhibits is this. Ms. Dreher recognized her daughter's outfit from the date of Thursday, April 27th of 2023. And what is interesting about that is when I asked Ms. Dreher why she went through her husband's phone, she talked about how he had been distant from her since Thursday. Something was up, things weren't the same. She was suspicious because he just wasn't acting the same physically, emotionally, was her testimony. Since that same Thursday that she recognized her daughter's clothes. So she looks in the phone and she sees these.
Is that also the same day that she went to?
The same day that she went to the viewing, Your Honor. So a memorable day for her. So she looks through her husband's phone. He's sleeping right next to her. Looking through the phone and she finds these photographs that were admitted and videos that were admitted. And here's what she talked about the order of how she saw the pictures and videos in the phone. That it was the 2 selfies that were her husband, Cody, and Marielle, the 2 selfies of their faces. Then the 3 pictures of her husband's penis in his joggers. You can see it clear as day. It's erect. It looks erect from my position. And then after that are the videos. The video where you see Marielle, a jump rope drop, and she heads over to the couch. And then the video in question. The video in question where a 4-year-old is sitting on the lap of this grown man with an erect penis. She's tapping it a little bit, and then you see him moving it. He's moving it himself. And if you need to see the video again, you can. This is my interpretation of what I'm seeing, of course, for argument purposes. And you see him moving it, almost drawing that curiosity to little 4-year-old Marielle, where then she goes and touches it again. But what you don't see him stand up. You don't see him slap her hand away. You don't see him say, whoa, no, you can't touch that. He doesn't tell her mother. No actions in that video show that he did anything to correct or that this wasn't some type of an intentional act on his part to allow her to touch his penis. We know from Ms. Dreher that she was disturbed when she saw that. And even after she confronted him and he says to her, hey, it's not what it looks like. I know it looks bad. It's not what it looks like. She still was disturbed enough to go report it to the police, which she did, and she cooperated. I do believe, based on the evidence presented, that we have presented enough to meet our burden of probable cause. I'll save any additional argument for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I think there's a few issues here, Judge. Obviously, I would object to the bind over and ask for dismissal on both charges. But I am going to start with the criminal sexual conduct 2nd degree charge. As I'm sure you know, in order to bind over on this charge, the government has to show probable cause that Mr. Dreher intentionally touched Marielle Randolph, made her touch him, or permitted her to touch his genital area or clothing covering that area. Then they also have to show that it was done for sexual purposes or could reasonably be construed to have been done for sexual purposes. I think the big issue here, which, I think that the prosecutor's arguments just now kind of did a little bit of burden shifting here. She commented that you don't see, him making any effort to prove that it wasn't intentional, which certainly it's their burden, right, that they have to show that it was intentional. But I think the big issue is that there isn't any showing that he intentionally had her touch his genital area or the clothing covering that area. You don't hear him tell her to come here. You don't hear, he doesn't tell her to touch it. She clearly didn't do it in his direction. And there certainly hasn't been any showing that it was done for sexual purposes. I know you saw the video yourself, and you saw actually 3 videos, one where they're goofing off on camera together. There's one with the jump rope being dropped, and then the subject, of course, of these charges, that video. We don't know what order those came in. And Judge, again, I don't think there's anything on any of those videos that is showing that this was an intentional act on behalf of Mr. Dreyer's part here at all, which is certainly something, you know, they would have to show probable cause that it was intentional. And again, I don't think that you see that in that video here today. And, you know, all the speculation about what else was going on, you know, between, the speculation on the part of the government about why, you know, Mrs. Dreyer was having this feeling. We don't know anything about what was going on between them during this time. And again, I mean, she was just describing kind of how she was feeling during that time about him being distant. I don't think that that is enough for probable cause to show that he committed a CSC2 on a 4-year-old. And again, you've seen the videos yourself here. And then as to the charge of child sexually abusive activity, the first issue, I think, is right in the first element. The government has to show that Mr. Dreyer made, arranged for this to be made, copied, reproduced, financed, etc. And I don't think that they even really have that here today. You know, doesn't show this. We don't have this coming from his phone. We don't know who was filming these things. And again, he didn't do anything to make this video come about, right? So he's with the stepdaughter making goofy, I'm not making goofy videos, but making goofy faces. And then this touching occurs. And again, we don't know whose phone it was filmed on. We don't know when. We don't know the relation to the other videos and the photos that were found on the phone. And again, they were not found on Mr. Dreyer's phone. They were found on Mrs. Dreyer's phone here. And then the second, I think the biggest issue, right, is the government has to show.
Doesn't Mrs. Dreyer tell her how it gets on the phone?
Yeah, she says that it's forwarded to her, but again, it's not found.
We don't have any doubt that is in fact what happened.
I mean, you're the fact finder, Judge. So I think the bigger issue, though, is the content of the video, right? And again, you've seen that yourself. And in order for a bind over on this charge to happen, the content of the video itself has to be depicting the child sexually abusive material, which is defined as pictures, movies, illustrations, made or produced by any means, depicting a person under 18 engaged in one or more of the following: sexual intercourse, erotic fondling, sadomasochistic abuse, masturbation, passive sexual involvement, sexual excitement, erotic nudity. Your Honor, the government hasn't articulated what theory they think that this would fit in for this charge. I think that, you know, the only argument that they could make is erotic fondling, which I don't believe even fits here, Judge. The definition is that a touching is a touching of a person's clothed or unclothed genitals, pubic area, buttocks, female breasts, or developing or undeveloped breasts of a child for the purpose of sexual gratification or stimulation of any person involved, but does not include other types of touching. And judges, that element, that for the purpose of sexual gratification or stimulation of any person involved, that I think is certainly lacking here. There hasn't been any showing of that, even for a probable cause standard. Again, you've seen the video yourself. What we see is the child on his lap. They're making goofy faces into the camera, and she's saying things into the camera. She bats at what we're, I guess, claiming is a erect penis under the pants, and then the video ends. There hasn't been any showing that this was intentionally made for the purpose of sexual gratification or stimulation, Judge. And so, Your Honor, I don't think that they've met their burden of probable cause here. And I'd ask for both charges to be dismissed.
Just briefly, I believe what's been presented by defense are questions of fact for the trier of fact, but I will say this, as far as the video goes, the video in question, there's two touchings in that video. There's the initial touching or tapping of what I would call it, and then she removes her hand. And then that's when the penis wiggles up and down, round and round, and she goes back down and touches it again, okay? The criminal sexual conduct in the second degree just requires that a person permits or allows a child to touch that area. And for a sexual purpose or sexual gratification, well, I think the erection or from my position, the erection speaks for itself. As far as the child sexually abusive activity, as far as the phone issues and things of that nature that were brought up by defense, I believe those are questions of fact for the trier of fact. Clearly, based on our burden of probable cause and the testimony today, we do believe we've met our burden that there's probable cause that this was taken on his phone, it was in his phone, and it was recorded by him. And certainly there was touchings of his clothed area by this 4-year-old child. And again, the sexual gratification from my perspective is there. So I believe it to your honor, and again, just need to provide it.
As it relates to count 1, child sexually abusive activity. The information reads, did persuade, induce, entice, coerce, or cause or knowingly allow a 4-year-old, a child, to engage in a sexually abusive activity for the purpose of producing any child sexually abusive material? And that would be the video itself. And I don't think it's a far leap to say that the defendant was filming this and that he was also the one who was taking pictures. He admits that much to his wife by saying, I wasn't going to send those pictures to anyone else. So if he's taking the pictures, he's taking the video to it, or it's at least a question of fact that he was taking the video. I'm not sure what could be going through the defendant's mind to get erect over a 4-year-old child that's sitting in your lap or making goofy faces and so forth. Why is he erect? And then why is he moving his penis around? And you can see so on the video in his pants, you can see the penis moving around and she's tapping it. And then she stops and then she puts her hand on it and she squeezes it. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't knock her hand away. He doesn't say, stop, don't do that. He doesn't lecture her about doing that. He doesn't do any of those things. So as it relates to count 1, child sexually abusive activity, people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained, that charge contained in complaint 1. I think his wife, Ebony Dreher, indicates that she saw this video in his phone. And I don't doubt anything that she says. In fact, it sounds like she sort of warmed up to the defendant to be taking his phone calls and doing video chats with him and so forth after this kind of activities going on with her 4-year-old daughter. And I've also taken a look at the pretrial investigation summary. They indicate that if he is released, he's going home to stay with her. So it certainly sounds like they have made up, if nothing else. As it relates to count 2, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, 17 years of age or older. Being 17 years of age or older, which is the defendant, he is over 17, did engage in sexual contact with a person under 13 years of age. I would submit to you that by virtue of allowing this 4-year-old child to touch him in that manner, that certainly qualifies as to sexual contact with a person, and she's clearly under 13 years old. People have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to count 2 as well. The court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to be this defendant committed will bind the defendant over on both charges to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division of the proceedings. is arraigned on the information. Date and time will be June 9th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. We continue.
Your Honor, may I speak to bond, and then I have one other issue.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, Mr. Dreher's bond is currently at, it sounds like you have the DSU report. I haven't had an opportunity to look at it.
They recommend a reduction to 50,000, 10%.
Okay. Your Honor, and then, we'd be requesting a further reduction to a personal bond or 10,000, 10%, with appropriate conditions. He has been in custody since, May 4th, at least, actually, it may have been a few days before that. April 3rd. Yes, that's right. Your Honor, he's been in custody since May 30th. He hasn't been able to pay a bond. He can't afford a bond that high. He could do something more like he was 1,000. So if we do a 10%.
He's been in custody since May 30th. He got an exam June 2nd.
No, I'm sorry, April 30th.
Oh, I thought so. We really want to.
Right. No, and he has no prior convictions. He has strong ties to the community. He's lived in Detroit his entire life. In addition to his full-time job, he also plays organ at 3 different churches where he also participates in other activities at those churches. He works full-time for his own company doing demolition and excavation. He's obviously married, and his wife is 9 months pregnant and due any day now. She's expressed interest to me. She's reached out to me. I'm not sure conversation with Ms. Wilmoth, but she has expressed an interest in having him not miss the birth of their child, and that she would also like him home. And again, I mean, you've reviewed the allegations and the evidence presented here today. I know these are serious allegations, Judge, but I don't think that they could necessarily be assaultive in nature, Your Honor. So just something to consider as well. And so we're asking, you know, to consider a reduction in the bond. I know Ms. Wilmoth wants appropriate bond conditions that she can let you know what those are, but I don't think we really know an objection to those either.
Your Honor, so I'm just gonna say a few things. I haven't had an opportunity to review that report either, and I'm ultimately just going to leave it in your hands, but I'd be remiss to not share a few things with the court. One, my biggest concern is the protection of children in the community. Again, I would be remiss to not point out to the court that there have been previous reports made against this individual, Mr. Dreher. There was a warrant submitted to our office that unfortunately sat since 2019, never had been reviewed. It was a 2016 incident date involving a 14-year-old minor female. I do have that warrant, but now due to the age of it, of course, phone numbers have changed and things have changed, so I'm not sure what's going to happen with it. But there were additional allegations made in 2016 against Mr. Dreher, a 14-year-old who he met for this church. There was also a report provided in discovery from 2019 of a 12-year-old child who made sexual allegations against Mr. Dreher. Again, somebody that, from reading the report, it's my understanding was she met this family through church as well. That both of those cases alleged penetrations. Now, so that's my biggest concern. And then my second concern is I understand that Ebony Dreher is having a hard time. She's 9 months pregnant. She has expressed to me that she would like Mr. Dreher at the birth of her child. I explained to her that if the court does reduce his bond in any way, there is a no contact order in place with Mariel. So he cannot be residing in the home. He can't be around Mariel. That's absolutely no contact whatsoever. So my concern is where is he going to go?
No, he doesn't have another place. I don't know.
So I do have concerns, obviously, with Mr. Dreher. I do. I'm troubled by what I saw as potentially the start of a grooming process of Mariel. But I do also understand Ebony's desires, and she said that the court wanted to inquire of her of any questions. I would definitely ask that there be conditions if the court does decide to reduce bond. Clearly, there can still absolutely be no contact with Mariel, 100%, none. No unsupervised contact with any minor. Would be two conditions I would be asking the court. Obviously, it's a tether as well, if the court does decide to reduce bond. I'm really going to leave it to you, but that is some information that I had that I believe the court should know when making its decision.
And Your Honor, Mr. Dreyer does have another place that he can stay if you're not inclined to go, have him go home to Mrs. Dreyer. He does have another place that his godbrother, he actually owns a 2-family flat, and the lower flat is empty. He'd be able to go there and stay.
I'm deeply and gravely concerned about this defendant being in the community, given the information that's just been brought to the court's attention, as well as the current charges that he's just been found over on, and him failing to appear for a number of court dates, albeit they were civil infractions and smaller type cases, driving while license suspended, that type of thing. But he has an attendance problem, a big attendance problem. He doesn't like to show up in court. That's his history would suggest. But even more so, I'm concerned about this defendant being back in the community and coming in contact with this young 4-year-old child. And the mother's response, although her initial response was to go to the police and tell the police about what happened, and I give her credit, she did come here and testify. But the more I listened to her talk, the more apparent it became to me that she has buried the hatchet, so to speak, with the defendant. And she's not at all upset. In fact, she wants the defendant back in her life. But I'm concerned, not for this witness to testify, but I'm concerned about her 4-year-old child. If the mother, who's supposed to be protecting this 4-year-old child, is back with the defendant, who I would have to believe was building towards something even larger than what we're here for today. For him to have an erection for this child, and this child is playing on his lap, gives me very serious concerns. And then I hear these allegations of these things that haven't been brought before a court as of yet. But there's at least 2 other allegations of him and children. It gives the court great pause. And as you know, I have to act for the safety of the community. And if he has this issue with children sexually arouse him, that's a big problem. He's meeting these children at church and in his own home. That's a big problem, a huge problem. And I wonder if this report were changing, if they knew about those unfounded allegations or charges that may be forthcoming with other children. That's not a risk that I'm willing to take. This time the court is going to deny the motion to reduce the bond and will continue the bond.
Thank you, Judge. And then I just have one other issue I would just like to briefly on the record. Okay. Especially given that the case will be moving forward. It's my understanding it's the government's position that I can't have a copy of the video in question or the phone dump from Mrs. Dreyer because it's child sexually abusive material. And I'm wondering if there's a protective order that the court can sign so that I can have these things. So
Is that what we normally do, Ms. Wilmot? We do a protective order?
Usually that's governed by statute. It specifically says in the statute, I have to look at the statute for a minute, that it cannot be copied to anybody. I then in turn would be committing a crime. Does that make sense?
I think there has to be
If
like
that's
an
in fact the
intention,
case,
right?
but how is it that we do this all the time?
We
These
keep it in a
kind of
locked
cases
drawer
where
in our office. We
No,
don't.
wait a minute. We have these protective orders that you guys routinely have to sign, where I was under the impression the video was given to the defense counsel and they make a promise not to share with anyone outside of their office or investigators. So how is this situation different?
That is for the kids talk interview, and that is governed by a different statute.
That's kids talk, so we're not talking about.
So that is kids talk. This is.
Why do you need a copy of the video?
Your Honor, I'll need not even just the video, but the metadata and everything for a defense expert for, trial preparation purposes. And Your Honor, and she's been very helpful in letting me view it at her office, but I think there'll be, certainly.
I can't direct her to violate the law.
Your Honor, but I think that the law has an intent element in it, right? So if, even just today, playing it for you, if we're following just the letter of the law without thinking about somebody's intention.
That's not copying, that's allowing.
No, even just the displaying is part of the statute that she's talking about.
Let's read the statute.
Let me try to find the statute, Your Honor, because, typically in these cases, and I think it directly states it in the statute, we have to make it available. So, meaning it has to be a secure area, either our office, which is a secure area, or I have often met with defense attorneys at the police station and review it with them. Let me just see.
I mean,
Let me find it in my computer.
if we want to litigate this in circuit court, that's fine. I just, for today's purpose, somehow the burden is on the prosecutor to show that they can't give me something that's part of discovery, that Mr. Greer has, a Sixth Amendment right to defend himself against these charges. It's something that we would need to be able to have a more thorough.
Depends on what the statute says.
Right.
I'm not going to direct her to violate the
No,
law.
I'm not asking you to ask her, to violate the law. I'm asking for her to have the burden of showing why she can't give it to me, which I think she does
Which
have.
is the statute.
Right.
The statute says I can't give it to you. That's what it says.
So it's MCL 750.145C subsection 11. In any criminal proceeding regarding alleged violation or attempted violation of this section, the court shall deny any request by the defendant to copy, photograph, duplicate, or otherwise reproduce any photographic or other pictorial evidence of a child engaging in illicit sexual act if the prosecuting attorney makes that evidence reasonably available to the defendant. Evidence is, yeah, it says evidence is considered to be reasonably available to the defendant under this subsection if the prosecuting attorney provides an opportunity to the defendant and his or her attorney and any person the defendant may seek to qualify as an expert witness at trial to inspect, view, and examine that evidence at a facility approved by the prosecuting attorney.
That's it.
I knew I had it in my email somewhere, because this does come up in this self-defense, it comes up often.
Requesting now.
Thank you. Or we can, I mean, it doesn't necessarily.
Don't have judge.
I guess it could be.
I'll say yes.
I can either set them up at a conference room, or maybe in a room at headquarters, it basically just has to be a very secure facility. So, you know, they have to use a headquarters too. I mean, it's something that my OIC has too, so they can go there. I mean, I don't even have to be there.
Just thinking for like the fun, like for the metadata and everything, and like, so you're gonna be presenting the trial. We're gonna be presenting. I get it too, like how do we like prepare, like use your computer to, I mean, I guess we just have to do that and then.
Yeah, I mean, that's. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay, we'll
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I don't understand how that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I get it. Trust me, I get it. Yeah, I'm gonna walk out.
Okay, everyone have a good weekend.
Have a nice
Thank you,
weekend.
too.
Thank you. Get into something country.
He has a history that.
You said something, Judge?
I said, wow, he has a history of.
Oh, wow. She probably won't even know.
Probably don't. So what's your brother?
More than I know. More than the reports I know.
Everybody have a good week.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Anybody going to the Grand Prix?